finished up John Keel's book, Strange Creatures from Time and Space. And now we're going to read this book. It's ought to offend a few people, but I think there's a lot of little nuggets of, hopefully be some nuggets of truth in it. The Devil and His Works, Dennis Wheatley. Now, we can argue all day long if there's a devil or not, but there's some kind of trickster spirit out there, or spirits, from our readings and everything, so I think we got that covered. Let's see what it says here in the sleeve. No fewer than 8 of Dennis Wheatley's world-famous novels are concerned with Satanism and the occult, the subjects that have deeply interested him for many years. In this absorbing and lavishly illustrated book, Mr. Wheatley sums up a lifetime's reading and advances his own tentrant. I don't know how to pronounce that. Tangent view of the conflict of good and evil, or light and darkness. And there is that. We do live in a dualistic world. It appears. He describes these elemental forces as being perpetual in conflict. First one predominating, and then the other. And tracing the interaction of the two through history, the author documents the existence of invisible influences, from mesmerism to hypnosis, faith healing to telepathy. He goes on and to astrology, numerology, palmistry, alchemy, and the Kabbalah. Brief accounts are given of religion and magic among the nations, from Sumerians, the Egyptians, and the Greeks, and the Incas, and down to the present day. Restrained but telling description portray such subjects as human sacrifice to the ancient gods of evil, the mysteries of the pyramids, Druidic rituals, witches' Sabbaths, and the perverted frenzies of black mass, and the concoction of unholy brews to conjure up the spirits of the dead. In short, this is perhaps the most complete and most absorbing survey of the forces of darkness ever published. And of course, he's probably not going to be talking much about the darkness that comes from Christianity, but we'll get to that. Devil and All His Works. And let's see, when was this published? It was copyright 1971. As usual, I'm reading stuff from the time I was born. Something happened since the time I was born until now. And you see it has this part 1, Invisible Influences. Maybe it would be a good idea to, in case I get lost in my reading, and so we'll go there. So we get invisible influences, predestination, or free will. Is there a T? No, there's a T. We'll go U. There's a U. Is there a Z? No, not a Z. A B. There, a V. Three beliefs and early age. Early age. Now, I honestly don't see much difference between what's going on in Christianity than this old pagan shit, to be honest with you. I know that offends a lot of people, but if there's any consolation, I don't see any difference in any of the Abrahamic religions to the old ways. He's going to do Taoism. Let's see, maybe I should. Oops. He's got maps. Just try to make it one page. I'll just blow it up. I hope it's worthwhile. It's going to be a bit revolting at times, I'm sure, because of the Christian bent, but if we can look past that and see what the perspective, at least we'll see what the perspective is. Author notes to write a book with so great a range of subjects as this one attempts to cover. I have, by necessity, used a great many literary sources. This is what I'm hoping we get, is some of those literary sources. Where does he get this information? Because maybe we can then read that. Their very bulk prevents me from making detailed acknowledgement of them all, and if in mentioning those to which I owe most, I omit any that should have been included, let me assure my benefactor with apologies. The omission is inadvertent and will be reminded in future editions of the book. My thanks are especially due to the following publishers and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Although maybe the publishers be a good source to find stuff. So, and it says it's for my dear Joan. When Mr. George Rainbird first invited me to write a book of this kind, I felt that I lacked the academic knowledge for such an undertaking, and I declined. But a few months later, Rainbird approached me again, and my wife then persuaded me from the 4,000 books in my library and nearly 60 years of serious reading. I had acquired more knowledge than I could have by a few years spent in any university. It is therefore to her that my readers owe this book. The great enjoyment I derived once I set about writing it. Statement. Existence as we know it, it is dominated by two powers, light and darkness. With light is coupled warmth, with darkness cold. All forms of light are dependent on light for their growth and well-being. So if I said light, I meant to say life. So all forms of light are dependent on light for their growth and well-being. All progress is checked during darkness, and when, as in winter, its hours exceed those of light, it brings about decay and death. There, from the time immemorial, light has been associated with good and darkness with evil. During the course of a year, in any part of the world, the total hours of light and darkness are the same. Hence, the influence wielded by the two powers on mankind is equal. There are certain things that it is not given to man to know. For example, how the universe was created, what lies beyond the remotest stars, and how to grasp the meaning of eternity. The reason for the existence of good and evil is also beyond our comprehension. We know only that our lives are subject to these forces, that from the earliest of times, for the lack of any other explanation, the greater part of mankind has attributed good to some form of a god and evil to some form of devil. The beliefs subscribed to by mankind can be divided into three categories. The belief in natural phenomena and visual objects have supernatural powers. 2. The belief that everything is ordered by invisible beings having human form. 3. The belief that every individual has within him a spark of divine spirit, and after a succession of lives during which he has purged the dross from his nature, will attain a state of beatitude in which his spirit becomes one with light. For of these forms of beliefs, entailing the propitiation of the elements and the worship and the graven images, is now held by a relatively small minority of world's population. I wonder about that one. Living for the most part almost isolated in a state of savagery. The second is nominally held by some 1,200,000,000 people, mainly Christians, Mohammedans, and Jews. However, in the past few hundred years, Christians' beliefs particularly have been greatly watered down. In the Middle Ages, it was commonly accepted that the devil quite frequently appeared to tempt the devout as an actual person, complete with horns and hoofs and spiked tail. Dante's Inferno. While even in the last century, the majority of the masses envisioned God the Father as an old gentleman with long gray hair who invariably spoke English, French, German, according to their own nationality. At the present day, the high proportion of Christians seem to regard it as unlikely that the devil exists at all, and a belief in hell has become demoid. Is that how you pronounce that word? Let's see how it's pronounced. They might not even recognize it.
Demodé.
Demodé. I knew I didn't say it right. I knew it. Demodé. And demodé, what does it mean? Objective, out of fashion, outmoded. Demodé. Hell has become out of fashion. Demodé. And it should be. To many Christians, too, the doctrine of the Trinity is no longer fully accepted. God the Father has faded into the background, and most people find the role of the Holy Ghost somewhat difficult to understand. Absolutely. It is for this reason that in Africa a far higher proportion of Negroes has become converted to Mohammedanism than Christianity. Allah is the one individual God, with Muhammad featuring the only as his prophet, seems a much more logical concept for people just moving out of the age of sacrificing to tribal deities. As far as most Protestants, at least are concerned, Jesus Christ alone retains his former status as the protector, to whom the time of trouble appeals to help may be made with the hope of his divine intervention. But it must be accepted that a very high proportion of Western Christians are now either agnostic or pay lip service to their religion. The third is subscribed to by some 800 million people: Buddhism, Confucianism, Hinduism, and Taoism. Is an obvious advance on the belief in a God and the image of man, because it places responsibility upon the individual himself. But this applies only in case where the followers of a way of life accept such philosophies in their original purity. As in the case with religions, the teachings of their originators have become bedeviled through the centuries by ignorant and ambitious priesthoods and claimants to supernatural powers, who have made a living by banting on the superstitions of the credulous. So, both in the West and the East, the masses have been led to believe in the powers of saints and demons. We must also consider this new age of unbelief. Atheism goes hand in hand with communism. During the past few decades, particularly in Russia and China, as the old generations die off, there are ever fewer people who accept the beliefs of their forefathers. This applies also to millions in the Western world among the better educated people of the Near East. An eminent Victorian once remarked, "A little religion is good for the masses." Cynical as the statement may appear, it seems to contain an element of truth, either in belief in a personal God or the following of a righteous way of life, provided disciplines and rules which could not be broken without incurring possible social ostracism. Yeah. And either penalties imposed by the priest or a debt entry on one's life record that would count against one's after death. People are also inspired to do good deeds by the belief that they would be rewarded in hereafter. Moreover, the taboos held families together, and the faith was a crutch on which to lean in time of trouble. The decline in the faith has led to major changes in outlook and conduct by millions of people, to a repudiation by the young of the authority and possible wisdom of their elders, a seeking for some mental stimulant that will replace accepted religions, and a breaking down of prohibitions that through the ages have protected society for its own good. Whether unorthodox occult aid is deliberately sought or atheism accepted, the removal of the old barriers against self-gratification has rendered a great part of the new generation vulnerable to temptations which, out of fear or with a hope of reward, they would otherwise resist. And nothing can change the laws which, at the time of the creation, it was decreed should dominate the lives of human beings, as we all remain, and must continue to remain, subject to the powers of light and darkness. Part 1. Invisible influences. Interesting drawing. What does it say there? Opposite, a dowser exploring for metal with his rod. And there's the dowser. And apparently it does work, so. Which says something about invisible forces. Invisible forces, introductory. It has long been maintained by many thinkers of many nations that the Homo sapiens is endowed with a sixth sense. That is to say that impulses may reach the brain in a way that is due neither to sight, hearing, touch, taste, nor smell. The modern term for this extrasensory perception is ESP. That everyone has this sense to a greater or lesser degree seems a reasonable assumption. In primitive peoples, it appears to be much more highly developed than in the advanced races, possibly because the many preoccupations caused by enormously varied social activities overlay our inherent spiritual resources. An example of this may be seen even in contrasting the mentalities of Europeans in the Middle Ages with those of modern city dwellers. The majority of the former were present at family prayers daily, morning and evening, and attended church at least twice every Sunday, regularly went to confession, where penalties for their sins were imposed upon them. Therefore, it is not to be wondered at that they were obsessed with the state of their souls, and at times saw visions of saints and demons who were never far from their thoughts. Whereas modern man, caught up in the rat race for money and pleasure, has little time left to devote to spiritual speculations, and so is not attuned to becoming conscious of such manifestations. Assuming that the sixth sense can be cultivated, I use the expression attuned because it must consist of something like a radio set situated in the human brain, so that if tuned into the right wavelengths, it can both receive messages and send them out. The messages received can be assumed to be due to magnetic waves, currents, or vibrations emitting from any of several sources. The sun, as is well known, has many vital influences on the earth. So has the moon, which accounts for the rise and fall of the tides, and is believed by some gardeners to increase the speed of germination of seeds if planted when the moon is waxing. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to suggest that the rays from other heavenly bodies, in particular the planets, may also exert an influence on matters terrestrial. This is the basis for the belief in astrology, with which I shall deal later. The Earth, too, has invisible forces. Many people believe that it sends out invisible rays, which can be tapped by Rob Damency. I never heard of Robin Nancy. Have you ever heard of that? I never heard of that. Let's look that up. Domancy. Rob Domancy. Let's see if I'm saying it right first.
Redundancy.
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 Redundancy. The next thing is, we'll get all the pronunciation. Let's find out what it actually means. meaning. Rhodomancy. Dowsing with a rod or stick. So it's dowsing. Rhodomancy. Okay, dowsing. This form of divination mesmerism in the old world, and let's make sure we even know what that means. We hear a lot, or I've heard it before, imagine. Mesmerism, at least I have heard of it, but what does it mean in reality? Hypnotism, ESP, as practiced by Mesmer, and connection with the theory of animal magnetism, hypnotic or irresistible attraction, fascination, mesmerism, to be mesmerized. Okay, it has been used in efforts to locate objects concealed by the surface of the earth. The method employed is to take a forked branch of hazel, elder, or oak, or applewood, and hold it by the two upper ends of a Y, with the third end pointing forward. The diviner walks about the area selected. When he comes above a place under which lies the material he is seeking, the rod twitches and vibrates in his hand. This method of finding coal seams was frequently used in Germany during the Middle Ages. It is said also to have been successfully used to search for gold and buried treasure. Don't forget about water. One thing is positive: for many centuries it was employed to find water. There you go, and is still resorted to all over the world today to locate underwater springs. And in addition to such rays, there may be other which pass unseen from one human brain to another. One type of mental influence that has been accepted by the medical profession is hypnotism, as developed from the practice that in the 18th century had been named mesmerism. And they said, you okay there, buddy? Sir Cornelius Digby, the diplomat and scholar who invented weapon ointments. That's nice. A mesmerism in the old world. The ability of some people to impose their will upon others without violence or coercion has existed for very early times. Or maybe it's supposed to be from very early times. That a caste of Egyptian priests who acted as doctors possessed the ability can hardly be doubted. They performed the operation of trepanning, and trepanning, and one cannot believe that the pieces of a smashed skull could be removed and replaced over the naked brain by a metal plate, while the patient was rendered unconscious by anesthetics no more effective than alcohol or opium. So what is trepanning? I only learned some words. It's an E, panning. I imagine this he just explained to it was. But let's just make sure. Trepanation, also known as trepanning, trepanation, or burr holing, is one of the oldest surgical procedures known in humanity and refers to the surgical procedure in which a circular piece of the bone is drilled and excised most commonly from the skulls. I mean, there's lots of skulls apparently that are found throughout many different cultures in which there's holes in the head. He got a hole in his head. Thank God I don't have to deal with that. Although maybe that's what my problem is. Who knows? With regard to the use of magnetism and healing, the Greeks were aware of lodestone and believed that it could be used as a curative agent. Lodestone. I never said I was an expert. I'm just a guy searching and sharing it with others because no one else. Hopefully, there's somebody listens. A piece of magnetite or other natural magnetized mineral able to be used as a magnet. Natural magnetized mineral. Magnetite. The thing that is force of attention and attraction. The spiritual meaning of lodestone. The meaning of lodestone in psychic protection, bonding with the crystal tapes into spiritual guidance, vision protection, and abilities. It is also used to find balance and harmony in relationships, like a compass navigating the harsh seas of lands. Lodestone. I don't know about any of that, but people barely believe in it, so. Okay. Okay. In the 16th century, the famous magician, Paracelsus, asserted that every human body was charged with magnetism, which led to experiments in sympathetic medicine. Sir Kenelm Digby, son of Sir Everard, who was executed for participating in the gunpowder plot, was an extraordinarily brilliant scholar as well as a very able diplomat and naval commander under Charles I. He produced a gunpowder sympathy and a weapon ointment, which he claimed, if mixed with blood on the weapon that has caused a wound, would help it heal it. In the same period, J.F. Burggraff produced a book supporting the theory that shed blood still had a mystic relationship with the person who had shed it, and this we know to be one of the basic principles of magic. Robert Flood, J.B. Van Helmont, and William Maxwell were all deeply interested in this subject. Both magnetism, hypnotism, and their associated phenomena, such as faith healing and telepathy, did not become generally known about in Europe until late in the 18th century. The connections with occultism, religion, and science is ridiculously obvious. Okay, Eric J. Dingwall and his collaborators have published a 4-volume work, Abnormal Hypnotic Phenomena, which, after noting some of the earlier mesmerists and hypnotists, gives an extremely full account of the leading ones and their activities in Europe and in Americas during the whole of the past century. From these volumes, I shall quote a limited number of examples. In the 1778, an Austrian physician named Friedrich or Franz Anton Mesmer arrived in Paris. Having studied the works of Paracelsus, he came to believe, like him, that the stars influence the health of human beings by giving out an invisible fluid. Experiments led Mesmer to conclude that he had a healing power in his own hands, and he called this force animal magnetism. He was particularly successful with hypothetical patents, hysterical patients, and he insisted that his cures were due to natural phenomena. But probably because they're being violated. That's another thing you get very hysterical about when people are violating you, treating you like shit and abusing you. But the conventional medical body in Vienna accused him ridiculous. There's this old Friedrich Atom Mesmer, the originator of mesmerism, of magic. He was exiled to Austria, and Paris. He exiled from Austria. In Paris, he opened an elaborate and luxurious clinic, and soon the fashionable pre-revolution world of Versailles was flocking to him. And his De Medicina Magnica, published 100 years earlier, William Maxwell had written, "Material rays flow from all bodies in which the soul operates by its presence. By these rays, energy and the power of the working are diffused. The vital spirit which descends from the sky, pure and unchanged and whole, is the parent of the vital spirit which exists in all things." I have no idea what I just read there. If you make use of the universal spirit by means of instruments impregnated with the spirit, you will thereby call your aid the great secret of the Magi. The universal medicine is nothing but the vital spirit repeated in the proper subject. The instrument Mesmer used was a large tube. In it were laid a number of bottles filled with magnetized water, with their necks towards a large central bottle. Okay, the tube was partly filled with water, to which were added iron filings and powdered glass. Attached to the tube were cords, which the patient sitting around the tube ties around themselves. There were also cords and iron bars, and these either had patients or one of Mesmer's assistants, of whom there were over 100, and held their stomachs, livers, and spleens, and other afflicted parts. To hasten the effect of the cords and iron, from time to time an attendant would rub the patient in the place where the pain was seated, or Mesmer himself point to it with a wand he carried. In an antechamber, a band played gay music, and every other day the tube was provided free of charge for the poor. Many of the patients became hysterical, but the great number were said to be cured of a variety of ailments. And the Marquise de Pi Segur. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's Puysegur. Pi Segur took up mesmerism and became a gifted amateur. He had a peasant named Victor who carried out his every silent wish. Mesmer's magnetic tube. So this is supposed to be an etching or a drawing of it. And I can't really tell what I'm looking at. But let's see. It's supposed to be wires touched somewhere, and I guess people sit around this big giant tube or tub, or is it magnetic tube? Tub. It's a tub. I'm calling it a tube, and it's with its tub. So this magnetic tub, and they sit in there, I guess, and get hooked in there with some wire, I guess. And the part that ails. Okay, whatever. Maybe it I doubt it, but sing songs that the Marquis sang silently in his head. So when we say, I've lost track here. So his peasant, this is Marquis, peasant named Victor, who would carry out every silent wish. That's not going well. Sing songs that the Marquis sang silent in his head. Another subject of his Madeline, I guess. Madeline was taken by him one day to the house of a friend named Mittenard, having been put in rapture with him, or report, in report, that's probably what it is. Having been put report with him, she went up to him and took 3 screws from his pocket, just as he had willed her to do. JPF Deleuze, I'm assuming it is, like Dr. Deleuze, one or two, was a follower of Dee Kelley, the Marquis. He carried out many experiments and wrote lavishly on the subject. He was inclined to attribute the success of some nambles largely to their own imaginations. A lot of interesting words. See, now you're starting to see the difference between a highly educated man and a guy like me who's trying to educate himself. They're using words that you and I don't hear. And there's value in it, and what is the value? Well, first of all, you will press other people who have higher status that may give you a better job or position just because you demonstrate that you can speak or know something that the average person doesn't know, whatever it's worth. Some nambulant, the intransitive verb, sometimes meant to walk while asleep. So sleepwalking. It's a fancy word for sleepwalking. Okay, as it says in some ambulants are sleepwalking largely to their own imagination, but here he came up against metallic tractors invented by the American physician Dr. Elisha Perkins. These tractors were 2 pieces of different metals, each 3 inches long. Perkins's son was selling them in London for 5 guineas a pair. Many and eminent people testified to the effectiveness of drawing them over afflicted parts of the body. They were much used on infants, but very far above success, were far more successful on horses and cured many animals lameness, saddle boils, and even blindness. How could imagination enter into the cure of animals? Dr. J.H.D. Peyton, I guess I should pronounce it, term magnetism animal electricity. He specialized in experiments with cataleptics, who are particularly good subjects, and also practiced eyeless vision. Okay. He could, and we are told, transfer a patient's senses to other parts of the body. On one occasion, he held a packet containing milk bread to a patient's stomach. She at once began to munch and said how good the bread tasted. He then changed the packets from one containing raw beef, and digest. The patient declared that he was going to vomit. He could apparently also make the patient see through her stomach, and on his own holding a box to it contained a letter, and she correctly described the contents. Okay, the great dictionary Dee Medicine was published in the 1820s, and Dr. L. Roston was chosen to contribute the article on mesmerism that appeared in the 13th volume. He believed that the magnet fluid was similar to electricity. And that passing through the nerves, it formed an aura that could be directed by the will of the operator. Further, he thought that this agent, nervux, was able to penetrate solid bodies and could influence the subject through closed doors, except possibly in cases where the phenomena was due to thought transference. Here it will be observed, we are already approaching the situation where it is recognized that magnetism, faith healing, hypnotism, telepathy, clairvoyance, and are all inextricably linked. Alexander Bertrand, a disciple of Deleuze, relates a curious case. In a dimly lit room where a number of people were present, he hypnotized the subject, then took a ring from her hand. Used by her, he slipped the ring to one of the ladies present. When she asked the somnambule where her ring was, she replied, "Monsignor R. has it." She insisted on this, and touching her hip, said, "He has it here." Monsignor R. produced it from his side pocket. The lady had passed it on to him unknown to Bertrand. Bertrand likened the brain to a stretched cord, which in cases of thought transference vibrated a sympathy with those of others. He was one of the earliest investigators to write on the hallucinations that can be induced in somnambules or sleepwalkers, and such as preventing their being aware that a person in a room with them or making them see someone who is not there. Many experiments were carried out at the I don't even know how to pronounce these words. I can't speak French. Salpêtrière by Bernard du Potet, probably du Sennevoy, and other eminent physicians. I understand why people are afraid to read these books because, oh, damn French. Especially if you don't know any French or Spanish, or you can barely speak English. But I will persevere, and I hope you persevere with me, and we learn something here about the people that are managing this giant soul trap matrix plantation. Yes, indeed. And other eminent physicians, these were later examined by Dr. Amedee probably, DePaul, who carried out a very wide survey of the whole subject. He pointed out that magnetism was not without its dangers. There had been cases where the medical treatment had proved utterly wrong and even resulted in death. He also observed that somnambules, the great majority of whom were young women, tend to fall so completely under the influence of their magnetizers, almost always men, that that advantage might be taken of them. He questioned the origin of this universal fluid. Hey, do you want me to make what do you want for lunch? Well, think about it. What do you want for lunch?
BLT.
BLTs. I'll make BLTs again. He loves BLTs. What the heck?
Alright, I gotta go let out my dog.
Okay, do you got something warm to wear?
Huh?
You got something warm to wear?
Huh?
You got something warm to wear? Hey, listen, you can't leave that bag open like that. You got to twist it and put a clamp on it so it'll go stale, buddy. Twist it good and put a clamp on it.
Is this clamp new?
Yeah, well, I came from the cage. I cleaned it off. It was on the top of that cage for ever and a day. By the way, talking about animals to take care of, you got to take care of your gerbils.
Yeah, no, I just said that.
Your gerbils.
Oh, alright.
New water. I mean, you probably should feed them. Although maybe I should feed them because you probably overfeeds them. The food goes away so fast, and the gerbils don't eat it. So, anyways, I totally lost everything. So, sorry about this. He pointed out that magnetism. Okay, we talked about that. He questioned the origin of the universal fluid. About the Roman Catholic priesthood had no doubts, declaring roundly that magnetism was the work of the devil. Of course, because you know what? That's what they were doing. And still doing. Preaching trenchantly against its use. Of course, because the priestcraft of the Roman Catholic Church, didn't want to lose their power. In the 1840s, Dr. Alphonse Testi became very prominent as an investigator in abnormal phenomena. He wrote numerous books and started a magazine on the subject. His experience with the water are of practical interest. It found that if a somnambule sensitive was transferred to a glass magnetized water.
I'm gonna let him talk. Bye.
You got that. You have. It's cold out, buddy.
Yeah, I got a jacket on.
You got clothes or gloves?
No.
You got wear my hoodie over it. Then you'll be warm. Oh well. Okay.
See ya.
See ya. It's not too far, anyways. Where am I in all this? It's so fascinating. Somnambules sensitivity was transferred to a glass of magnetized water, and the water was pricked with a pin, and the lady felt the pain. Whereas if the pin was stuck into her, she did not feel it. Teste also describes the cases in which somnambules said that water which had been magnetized tasted at the silent will of the operator, like lemonade, chocolate, or wine. By the middle of the century in Paris, most other large cities, magnetism, by then more frequently termed hypnotism, had become the major interest of the upper classes. Now you know why I'm reading this. Not because I'm one of them, far from it. I'm the poorest guy in my town and probably the poorest guy in all the United States of America. But I can tell you this much. I know one thing after all these years. If you don't know what the people that are ruling your life are thinking, you don't have a chance in hell. By the middle of the century, that's figuratively speaking, of course. By the middle of the century, in Paris and most other large cities, and magnetism, by then more frequently termed hypnotism, had become a major interest of the upper classes. A furious war of paper raged between doctors of the old school who would not for one moment concede that cures could be effected by abnormal means, and equally eminent physicians who were either more open-minded or convinced believers in the new treatment. Many of the latter appeared to have been over-credulous and to have accepted conditions from experiments which were open to cheating. And many of the magnetizers and their somnambules, undoubtedly did cheat. The former frequently refused to allow watertight precautions to be taken on the excuse that these could upset their somnambules, while the latter often wriggled the bandages from over their eyes so that they could glimpse articles held out to them, or kept on asking questions of their audience until they picked up a hint as to what was expected of. Yes. Psychics still do that today. You can see that going on all over the place. So we got this, I don't know what the hell we're looking at here with this picture. Drawing of Mesmer's time to ridicule the effect of his methods upon animals. They sure wore silly clothing back then, didn't they? I imagine in 100 years they'll be thinking the same thing about us. I hope they do recognize one thing: those tight pants, the stretchy pants that men and women are wearing. I hope that ends. Nobody wants to see their fat asses like that. God, it's such a disgrace. It's truly a disgrace. You might as well just walk around naked anyways. Of course, nobody wants to see that either, do they? So, why does nobody want to see the old fat asses anyways? Because no one wants, because it's not attractive. It's not interesting. Nevertheless, many cases are also attested that it is reasonable to conclude that an invisible influence was responsible for them. Naturally, the cures achieved by the magnetizers and their predictions made by their somnambules excited the greatest interest in the public. It is therefore not in the least surprising that great numbers of unscrupulous people seized upon this way of making a quick money. Magnetic consultants with all sorts of pretensions set up all over the place, and dozens of public exhibitions and variety halls and cabarets took place nightly. At one time, there were no fewer than 300 magnetizers practicing in Paris. A number of them appear to have possessed genuine powers. The great majority were frauds. Well, that's what the New Age is. That's what religion is. That's what pseudoscience is. You know, it's very dangerous. And I want to tell you one thing now. For me, I can tell you, I never claim to be anything more than a guy just on my journey, sharing it with people, hoping that somebody else will be interested to share it with me. I don't have any other greater expectations. I am nothing. I'm talking about me, Michael Amps. But reading this, and it's the same old charlatans and the same old song and dance, the same old manipulation. It could be I'm watching these New Agers on TikTok do the same thing. I'm watching Christians do that. I'm watching Muslims do this. I'm watching Jews. I'm watching these Kabbalists do this, and I'm just like, it just never ends. But here's the problem: the atheists aren't any better on it. Honestly, yeah, we're pretty good. You know, they're pretty good at. I'm not an atheist. I believe in a creator, but I don't believe in religion. So, but somebody call me an agnostic is probably what I am at this point, or maybe a Gnostic in some areas. But you know what? The fact of the matter is, I don't know any more than anybody else. That's a pretty good place to be, I think. It's a very safe place to be. I'm not saying that just to make other people, like me or accept me. I don't know. And after all these years, I don't know. And I listen to these other people and their flashy words, and it's important to know this stuff because it's the manipulation of the words on the pages, the words that come out of people's mouths that you have to be aware of. We all have to be aware of it. Whether they have malevolent intentions or not. This book is going to take a long time to read. And I already can tell it was a great suggestion to read it. Because the paranormal, the study of the darkness and the light, the dualistic system we're in has a connection strongly to what we call cryptids and the unimaginable, the peculiar, the weird. There's something around us, some kind of force that fucks with us, regardless if you believe it or not. Mesmerism in the United States. It is by no means surprising that I need to reborrow this. Borrow again. Reborrow, is that even a word? Let's go on, Chase. Mesmerism in the United States. It is by no means surprising that in this young and viral nation, excuse me. Not only doctors, but many clergymen should have displayed an eagerness to investigate the powers attributed to mesmerism, an attribute which was lacking in most of their more hidebound opposite numbers. Hidebound. I don't know what that word means. This is an intelligent man. And it is more of their hidebound opposite numbers in the old countries of Europe. Well, let's find out what hidebound means, because that's a word or phrase I've never heard of. Have you heard of that before? I haven't. Oh yeah, somnambulate. Somnambulate. Sleepwalking. What is hidebound? Who the heck uses that word? He did.
Hidebound.
Unwilling or unable to change because of tradition and convention. Okay, now we know what he's getting at. So, lacking most of their more hidebound or unwilling or unable to change because of tradition and convention, opposite numbers in the old countries of Europe. I know of no record of George Washington ever having attended an experiment in mesmerism, but on May 14th, 1794, his old friend Marquis de Lafayette wrote to him from Paris telling him about Mesmer and adding, he has instructed scholars among whom your humble servant is called one of the most enthusiastic, and before I go, I will get leave to let you into the secret of Mesmer, which you may depend upon, and a grand philosophical discovery. Two countrymen of Lafayette's, Joseph du Commun and Charles Poignen, I don't know how to pronounce it. Should we find out? We'll be a lot of different than this, won't we? I will. It is truly a learning journey, this thing about Bigfoot. How do you pronounce that? Poyen? Poyen?
William!
Poyen. Been taking a nap. Did you already have a shower today? Chase, get the curtain out of there. It's going to get all wet. Did you already have a shower today?
No. Well, I had one, actually.
Well, you need another one. All right. My son likes to take 2 or 3 showers a day. Is that the sign of, I don't know. Two country of Lafayette's Joseph du Commun and Charles Poignen were among the first exponents of art in the United States. The celebrated Daniel Webster and Harry Clay both spoke highly of it. The greatest physician, Dr. Charles Caldwell, Lewis, I lived there too. Louisville, Kentucky. How do I pronounce that? I can't pronounce anything. Returned from Europe. An enthusiastic champion, and said it never has there been before a discovery so easily and so clearly demonstrated as mesmerism is so unreasonably and stubbornly doubted and so contemptuously discredited and opposed. Yet never before has there been made an anthropology a discovery so interesting and sublime, so calculated to exhibit the power and domain of the human will, its boundless sway over space and spirit. And one of the lectures given by Du Commune, I guess that's how you pronounce the name, Commune, in New York, he described magnetism. Now we got magnetism as follows. This fluid is seen by some somnambulists, sleepwalkers, as bright atmosphere around our bodies and emanating from our fingers, and the act of magnetization as rays of light. It may be, according to some, concentrated in water, reflected by mirrors. It may impregnate many objects. It is not interrupted by opaque bodies or penetrates towards whom it is directed. And penetrates towards whom it is directed. This last circumstance determines that sympathy and antipathy, which we often feel at first sight for a person according to the similarities and dissimilarities of our fluid with his. Du Commune declared the third important qualification for a good magnetizer to be belief, will, and benevolence. So belief, will, and benevolence. He regarded women as generally better than men as subjects, and was of the opinion that a magnetized tree gave much better results than a mesmer tubes. Think of that, magnetized tree. One widely read book by one widely read book by J.P.F. Deleuze was translated from the French by Thomas C. Hartshorne of Providence, Rhode Island. Dr. Brownwell related that the following to Hartshorne. He was greatly worried about one of his patients who had been ill for a long time. The trouble lay in the intestines, but he could not diagnose what the hell's that? What mesmerism in the United States? Is there a picture of it? I don't know. Oh, maybe it's over on the left-hand side. Self-hypnosis, a Chinese medium entranced in a temple in Singapore. I can't see the benefit in that, to be honest with you, but he called in some nambul. The word that nobody uses today, but back then I guess it must have been quite popular. Some nambul. He questioned her in his own house, which was a mile and a half away from that of the patient. She decided the patient's house and his room. She described the patient's house and his room, but hesitated to go further because she said he looked so terribly ill. Brownwell persuaded her to do so and asked if the trouble lay in the kidneys, liver, or intestinal canal. She replied that they were all normal, but his spleen was greatly enlarged. He asked her how she knew. For answer, although she was not supposed to have any knowledge of anatomy, she placed her hand over the doctor's spleen and said, "It is a great deal larger and thicker than yours." 10 days later, the patient died. An autopsy was held, at which 16 physicians were present. Brownwell told them about the somnambul's diagnosis. The body was open and the spleen found that weighed 57 ounces as opposed to the normal 5. C.F. Durant was an author of an important work on animal magnetism, published in New York in 1873. He cited Professor Francis Wayland of Brown University as a believer in the new science. The book gave accounts of the lectures of Professor Charles Ponyen de Saint Sauveur, if that's how I pronounce it, another Frenchman and a disciple of Deleuze, of the work of the former's converts, a jeweler named Americus Potter, and a Mr. and Mrs. William Andros of Providence. Mrs. Andros was proved capable of what has become known as traveling clairvoyances. And on one occasion, although she had never been to India, she gave a Mr. Henry Irving of Boston correct answers to his question about Calcutta. It was Durant's contention that witchcraft, water dowsing with a stick, the sorcery of India, and the charm used by the rat catcher are all modified branches of a hitherto intricate science. He adds that the gypsies succeed in fortune telling because they receive the aid of the magnetic fluid and far surpass best magnetic somnambulists in the country. Somnambulous. I'm never going to be able to say that, I can imagine. By the 1840s, mesmerism was being widely used for medical diagnosis. An example of this is the testimonial signed by a Mr. H.A. Davis of Natick, Massachusetts. On July 12, 1843, certifying that a somnambule magnetized by Mr. G. Gregory had examined his mother, who lived in Alexandria, New Hampshire, 125 miles distance. And the invalid was stated to have a tumor on the right side of the abdomen, pains and violent cramps in the stomach. Her right foot, the somnambule went on, was swollen and purple, as it was perfectly, all this was perfectly correct. Somnambule. So, Somnambulism. Sorry about that. By then, a number of magazines in America were devoting much of their space to magnetism, and the following account appeared in The Magnet, a periodical founded by the Reverend Leroy Sunderland. A Reverend, huh? It came from a Mr. R. Carter of Boston, who reports that French teacher at Harvard had mesmerized a boy of 14 whom he had known for only a few days with the following results. The youth not only described accurately sights in New York, Philadelphia, Washington, and Quebec, La Havre, and Brest, but also the home of the French teacher's mother in the last city. He identified objects in the rooms, stated that she had 3 daughters and 2 sons, and that one of the latter was in an English ship named the Empire, all correctly. Among the famous magnetizers of the day were Reverend John Pierpont, Dr. Dee Gilbert, Reverend John Bovee Dodds, and Dr. Shattuck. Under the influence of magnetism, the latter removed a large tumor from the shoulder of a lady who lived in Lowell, Massachusetts, without her feeling any pain at all. But perhaps the most famous of all the magnetizers at the time was Dr. Robert Collier. I guess as you pronounce it. Can act on any part of my body. Though I am aware of his intention, I cannot resist the action of his will. He can cause me to feel hot or cold, wet or dry, tall or short, stout or spare, and in fact, he can change my condition at any time. Dr. Lyman B. Larkin of Workham, Massachusetts, attempted to cure his servant Mary Jane of fits by mesmerizing her. She proved able not only to describe her own state, but also to diagnose a number of doctor patients of whom she had never heard. Often she prescribed for them. However, Dr. Larkin reports that while under mesmerism, Mary Jane frequently spoke of a beautiful fairy who was with her, whom she called Catty with a key. With a key? No, with a K, Scott. At other times, she used most vile language, which she said she was compelled to do by a sailor boy. Still worse, a time came when her sailor boy took to putting Mary Jane's limbs out of joint, and Dr. Larkin had to call in a surgeon to reset them. One day, both her knees and her wrists were twice thrown out of joint, while she bellowed with laughter and made profane jokes. There could hardly be a clearer case of possession. In his Mesmerism and Christian Science, published in London in 1909, Frank Podmore states that from the 1850s onward, the healing powers of mesmerism attracted far less attention in the United States than its spiritual revelations. Table turning became the rage. Everyone was eager to witness experiments at which they hoped to behold wonders. The belief of the magnetic fluid waned and clairvoyants were left in possession of the field. We got a big old picture here. I don't know if this is all about. Okay. Hypnotism. As we have seen, by the middle of the 19th century, powers previously created to mesmerism were transferred to hypnosis. Subjects previously termed somnambules were called mediums. Okay. What happened to do with sleepwalking? All right. A number of these grew to many thousands, the majority being professionals who gave nightly exhibitions in Paris, New York, London, St. Petersburg, Berlin, and many other great cities. One of the most famous mediums in France was Claudette Renaud, or Renee? I don't know how to pronounce it. Renaud? I don't know. Who gave exhibitions under the control of J.J.A. Ricard. So J.J.A. Ricard. While under hypnosis, he would obey silently given orders, play games of cards while blindfolded, and exercise the faculty of traveling clairvoyance. On one occasion described a room of a lawyer and its furnishings with absolute accuracy. He then added that there was a box on the table in the center of the room. The lawyer said there could not be. Renaud. Should we find out how to pronounce the damn thing? I can't pronounce these words. I didn't take French. I didn't take any foreign language. It didn't have enough sense to do so. Renaud? How to say Renaud? Okay.
Reno.
I was saying it right. Reno. It's Reno. Get rid of those. Still more famous than Renaud was the Dyer brothers. The Dyer. Alex and Adolf Dyer. The former was managed by J.B. Marcellet, a one-time cavalry officer. Marcellet could hypnotize Alex into a state of rigidity that while he was sitting in a chair with his legs stretched out horizontally, a man could stand on his unsupported thighs without their giving way. He frequently gave demonstrations of eyeless sight by reading the contents of letters inside boxes, paragraphs from closed books, and so on. But the following is of special interest. The sitting was held at Lord Adair's house of London. A Colonel Llewellyn, who had been wounded at Waterloo, was present only by chance, and the Reverend G. Sandby, took down these particulars of what occurred. Colonel Llewellyn produced a flat Morocco box that looked like a small jewelry case. It was handed to Alexis, who said the object within the case has a hard substance. It is contained in an envelope. The envelope is wider than the thing itself. It is a kind of ivory. It is a bone taken from a body, from a human body, from your body. The bone has been cut so as to leave a flat side. This was true. It was a piece of Colonel's leg bone, sawn off after the wound and flat towards the part that enclosed the marrow. Taking the bone from the case, Alexis pointed to a part of it and went on. The ball struck here with extraordinary effect. You received 3 separate injuries at the same moment. You were wounded in the early part of the day whilst charging the enemy. All this was correct. There are recorded many other remarkable feats performed by Alexis while under hypnosis. He could travel mentally wherever directed, all over the world. And then in this picture, I guess it says here, a subject lapsing stage by stage into hypnotic trance. Can you be hypnotized? This picture here says, now sleep, my pet. Do arrears. So do arrears. I don't know, man. Savagely hypnotizing Trilby, the girl with the marvelous voice who awake and could not sing. I don't know how you pronounce it. Maybe I should find out. Just for the hell of it. I guess this book's going to teach me French, whether I want to frickin' learn it or not. And whether anybody even wants to hear this, I cannot blame you if you don't. But there you go. Life is that way. Can't be any worse than what anybody else is doing.
Svengali.
Singali. Do Mariers Singali.
Svengali.
So the V is not pronounced in that. Sengali. So V is not pronounced. And the X is not pronounced. Okay. So that ought to help out a little bit. And learning of French on the fly. A.S. Morin, in his book Du Magnétisme et des Sciences Occultes, I guess what it is, published in 1860, was one of the first investigators to suggest that the theory of magnetic fluid must be abandoned, that the miracles of magnetism could be described in terms of magic, and that the effects said to be produced by magnetism were very similar to those recorded among the magicians and sorcerers of earlier times. While somnambule and medium continued for a while to mean much the same to most people, among the learned, a somnambule was a person who remained under the influence of his own spirit while in a trance, and a medium was possessed by a discarnate spirits of others. During the latter part of the century, The interest of the public became greatly aroused by spiritualism. It was, no doubt, reluctant to appear to be associated with such practices, a very high proportion of which were fraudulent, that caused the great majority of doctors in all of European countries to refuse to have anything to do with hypnotism. Nevertheless, the more enterprising members of the profession continued to investigate the phenomena and employ them for healing. Among such doctors was J.M. Charcot. Charcot, yeah. With regard to him, I recall being told in the 1930s by my friend, the late Sir Lionel Earl, Earl, for many years permanent Secretary of State for the Office of Works, that as a young medical student at the Salpêtrière, I don't know. I'm going to learn French, and I didn't even know I was going to do that. I started reading this book. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, and now I'm into it. Yeah. Salpêtrière. Salpêtrière.
Really well, you can say it as Salpêtrière. Here are more videos on how to pronounce more confusing
words. Yes. Well, obviously it's a problem because they have a lot of YouTube channels about this, or videos about how to speak these French words. Salpêtrière. In Paris, he had seen Charcot charm away a cancer in a woman's breast. And in Britain, apart from a handful of bold spirits, the reluctance of Victorian doctors to become involved in any form of mysticism was still greater than that of their colleagues on the continent. But such investigators as James Braid and Dr. John Elliotson, W.H. Parsons, and F.W.H. Myers, and Dr. W. Newnham, and Professor William Gregory, and Sir William Barrett, and George Wilde, and Edmund Gurney, and Professor and Mrs. Sigwet, and Dr. J. Bramwell, and Frank Podmore, and others labored heroically. However, as was the case in other countries, the gullible public flocked to see exhibitions of hypnotism, many of which were fraudulent. Thackeray and Dickens both showed their interest, and numerous novels based upon the wielding of the occult power appealed, among them George D. Maurier's classic Trilby, in which the villain is the mesmerist musician Svengali. So that's where you get that word from the calling it derogatory term. He's a Svengali, spin Svengali. And then we got this going on. Boobies! Or is that a man? I don't even know if it's a man or woman. They always make the... You never can tell. What the hell's that? That looks like something I would have filmed. Uh-huh. Let's see what we got down here. Opposite is Chinese mandala, or meditation diagram. So that's a Chinese meditation diagram, or mandala. Mandela effect. Testing susceptibility to hypnosis. Testing God. I just need to take my medicine. Susceptibility to hypnosis and the induction of hypnosis by Braid's method of holding an object above the patient's eye. In 1882, the Society of Psychological Research was founded, and its committee held many long sessions in inquiry. Unfortunately, for a number of years, they placed great reliance on a Mr. Greg Albert Smith, who, with a partner named Douglas Blackburn, had been making his living by giving public exhibitions of hypnotism at Brighton. Another associate of theirs was a baker's son, Fred Wells. During the Society's investigations, Smith was given a free hand to choose his mediums and always used Wells and some other young Brighton acquaintance of his. Then, his late partner Blackburn publicly disclosed that their act had been a fraud. Incredible as it sounds, the committee of the SPR continued to show the complete faith in Smith and retained him as their major operator, thereby opening to question the validity of its entire body of findings. In the United States, psychological activities developed along different lines. Frank Podmar pointed out that mediums in Europe accepted the power of forces above them as higher intelligences and believed themselves to be dependent on the will of another, whereas in the land of democracy we are confronted with a singular development unknown to the older monarchies. The transatlantic seers constantly tend to be independent. They assume the authority of the prophet. They grasp at spiritual autocracy. Among the champions of this new revelation were Andrew Jackson Davis, Thomas Lake Harris, James Stanley Grimes, and John Bovey Dodds. Davis was the son of a drunken, uneducated shoemaker and was born in 1826 in Blooming Grove, Orange County, New York. As a youth, he was a sleepwalker and at times claimed to be directed by mysterious voices. A local tailor named William Livingston put him into a trance, and he apparently became capable of eyeless sight and could diagnose illnesses and actually see through the skin of the human body. Well, this was happened a long, long time before who? You remember that guy? I bet you know what I'm talking about. And of course, the psychic medium I'm thinking of is Edgar Casey, who was famous 100 years later after this. And actually, almost way more than that. Way more than 100 years. But anyways, well, at least 100 years, based on the 1826. It's not one thing, it's another. I can't read. Harris was unusual in that he was never put into trances, but entered them spontaneously. During them he went into ecstasies and gave expressions to such works as the hymn of life's completeness and a lyric of the golden age. He helped to found the Brotherhood of the New Life and organized the Independent Christian Church in New York. Grimes held the belief that the planets influenced each other and the earth because all were connected by a substance he termed Ethereum, which communicated light, heat, electricity, gravitation, and mental emotion from one body to another and one mind to another. Dodd's vital electricity appears to have been a similar concept. With it, he is reported to have cured one Hiram Botswick, who had an affliction that had rendered him almost incapable of walking. Sounds like what I got. Who had, and Lucy Ann Allen of Lynchburg, Virginia, who had been unable to walk at all for 18 years. It is said that he could make people believe they were generals and statesmen, and that he could make them drunk on plain water. Well, the question would be then, if it's legit at all, does it stay that way, or is it just a temporary apparition? Far more important than any of the foregoings was the New England clockmaker named Phineas P. Quimby. He received only 6 weeks of schooling, but became very proficient in his trade, and had a most inquiring mind. Married and with a family, he was a very gentle man, and of all American healers, he had the highest reputation for beauty of character and honesty of purpose. His greatest contribution to spiritual healing was his belief that the process was essentially an act of the patient's will, imagination, or faith. Although his interest was first aroused by magnetism, he later abandoned all concepts of a fluid which passed from the healer to the patient, and insisted that the cure lay solely in the healer's having the strength of will to convince the patient that he could cure him. Look at that hairdo. Let's see who this first is. Opposite is Mary Baker Eddy, of course, founder of Christian Science. What a god-awful outfit to be wearing. Faith healing. Abandoning clockmaking, Quimby toured New England with a young man of 19, Lucius Berkmar. Lucius was docile and unimaginative, but when hypnotized by Quimby, had an extraordinary flair for diagnosis. They are said to have made innumerable cures. In the meantime, Quimby was sorting out his mine of ideas that were to lead him to the conclusion that it was not the medicine but faith in the person who practices it that really brought about the cure, In due course, he gave up as redundant the use of a medium. Towards the end of the century, Reverend Warren Felt Evans of Vermont and a blind doctor, James R. Cocky, I guess it's Cock, Boston, both became famed for the cures they performed through hypnosis. No doubt a great many more doctors, both in Europe and America, would have taken up the study in view of its great value for producing anesthesia in people under surgery, but by the time chloroform and ether, the forerunners of today's anesthetics, had been discovered. We come now to a new era. One of the names that Quimby had given to his theory of healing was the science of Christ. And one of the patients whom he treated was Miss Mary Patterson, who later became Miss Mary Baker Eddy. And Quimby, a devoted disciple. It was therefore this humble clockmaker who, through the efforts of Mrs. Eddy, brought to many millions of people a faith in their ability to conquer ill health and render themselves free from pain. Faith healing. Recovering from illness has long been thought to depend largely on the patient's belief in the wisdom of his doctor and faith in the treatment prescribed. This is equally an ingredient, though often an unacknowledged one, in the cures by mesmerism and hypnotism. Mesmerism and hypnotism. It was not, however, until Quimby published his final conclusion, and they were widely disseminated by the Church of Christ, scientists, that people were presented with the formal belief that a doctor or hypnotist was not always required, because in many instances they might cure themselves by having faith in their own willpower. Some people are so fully convinced of this that they refuse to see a doctor or allow their children to be examined by one. This is very wrong and contrary to the teachings of Mrs. Eddy herself. There are types of damage to the body that no amount of willpower can repair. Moreover, it is surely childish folly to endure a long fight against pain when it can be easily be alleviated by modern drugs. On the other hand, people are at times afflicted with ills that defeat all remedies advised by the very best medical opinion. In such cases, it is not unreasonable to consult a faithful healer, provided his honesty, success in other cases is vouched for by a reliable acquaintance of one's own. Many people speak of cases in which treatment by a faith healer has proved successful. Only a week or so ago, a friend of mine, Mr. Charles Willis, the head of the Anchor Press, was telling me that for 11 years he could neither bend down nor reach up to a higher shelf without pain in his back. No doctor could do anything for him. He then went to a lady in Colchester who, during 3 visits, placed her hands on his back. That was 2 years ago. When stooping and stretching, he had no pain in his back since then. In the above case, hands were laid on the afflicted area, but this need not be part of the procedure. Cases have been reported of cures effected at a distance, without the healers having ever seen the patient. Contact being established simply by the healer through holding something that the patient had worn. Among more advanced races, as with the practitioners of Christian Science, the afflicted frequently attempt to overcome their ailments mainly or wholly by the exertion of their own will. In the less advanced races, the cure depends entirely on the faith of the patient in the occult power of the healer. A case of this kind came within my personal knowledge while I was staying with relatives in Johannesburg, South Africa. One day, my sister-in-law's Negro cook, Maria, complained of severe pains in her breast. Her mistress took her to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed advanced cancer and said she must be operated on without delay, and told her to remain in the waiting room until a nurse came for her. Half an hour after, my sister-in-law got home. The doctor telephoned her. Was Maria there? No, she was not. She had slipped out of the hospital and disappeared without a trace. For a week we had no cook. She then returned, full of good cheer and declaring herself to be perfectly well. Asked where she had been, she replied that she had been to see a black doctor, who then thrown the bones for her and cured her of her pains. And when she was examined in that hospital, it was found that the cancer, if cancer it had been, had vanished. Telepathy, as we have seen, ideas passing from the mind of the conscious person to the person less palatably aware, play a great part of hypnotism. We now have to deal with the ideas that pass silently from one conscious mind to another. Thought transference is as old as history. St. Augustine relates that one of his pupils asked the Carthaginian diviner Albicerius, he can't be careful, Albicerius, to say that he, the pupil, was thinking about Albicerius answered correctly that the pupil was thinking about a line in Virgil and recited the passage, though a man of little education. But scientific investigation into telepathy began only in comparatively recent times. The word was coined by F.W.H. Myers in 1882, and the year in which the Society for Psychical Research was found. Myers defined it as the apparent transference of ideas, sensations, images, and feelings from one mind to another without the aid of the five senses. Modern experiments in telepathy by S.G. Soule and F. Bateman gives an exhaustive survey of the subject. A great part of its 400 pages records experiments conducted by Mr. Soule personally. It is clear that he must have devoted a greater part of his life to supervising the guessing and checking of thousands upon thousands of cards used in these investigations, and in devising ever more rigorous precautions against fraud. Professor L.T. Trollin of Harvard University was the first to invent a machine for testing telepathy. He used a darkened box in which a spotlight could be made to flash either to the right or the left. The subject predicted which way the light would flash. However, in early days, the general practice was to use packs of playing cards. Owing to the similarity between the red and the black kings and knaves, it was soon decided to dispense with all court cards. Dr. J.B. Rhine later decided to simplify matters by having cards made in sets of 5 with the following symbols on them: the plus sign, a circle, a rectangle, a 5-point star, and a set of wavy lines. These were known as Zener cards. Later still, Mr. Soule substituted sets of 5 cards having on them an elephant, a giraffe, a lion, a pelican, and a zebra. 2 Americans who, like Mr. Soule, decided to devote their lives to investigating telepathy were Dr. Joseph Bank Rhines and his wife, Dr. Louisa F. Rhines. After spending a year at Harvard, they transferred to Duke University, and it was there that most of their experiments were carried out. In an early experiment, Herbert Percy, I guess is one of Dr. Ryan's subjects, scored 279 hits out of 650 guesses, which is an average of 10.7 out of 25. Later experiments were made with Percy in a room 250 yards distance from that in which the cards were shown. Among the 1,075 trials, there were 5 runs of 25 cards each, with 12 hits and 1 with 13, making the odds in favor of telepathy astronomical. In 1933, Dr. Ryan carried out an experiment with another subject, Mrs. May Turner, who was at Lake Janalowski, while her sender, Mrs. Owenby, was 250 miles away in Durham, North Carolina. Some of Miss Turner's scores were as high as 16 or even 19 in a series of 25, against odds that are positively fantastic. Waitley Carrington, an airman in the First World War and a researcher for the Air Ministry, later carried out a number of tests in connection with extrasensory perception at Cambridge. One of them was a novel means of testing telepathy. Instead of cards, he used 10 drawings, exposing a different one in a locked room each night for 10 consecutive nights. with the assistance of Professor C.D. Broad, R.H. Thullis, Dr. Irving, and other friends, he secured no fewer than 740 persons in Great Britain and the United States and Holland to endeavor to guess each picture, make similar ones, and send it in. And then it's got this picture here. An experiment in telepathy. Dr. Soul Center, Harry Price Wright testing Fred Marianne with the reverse card. So I guess if I got that correct, that would be Dr. Soul Center, and then to the right, Harry Price testing, and I'm assuming that would be Fred Marion. I am not sure though. Soul incorporated this principle in his system of marketing, of marking. It's not the marketing and marking, and he found that the average derived from the series of cards experiments conducted in 1934 through 39 was consisted of 128,350 trials. When applied to 2,000 trials he made with Mr. G. Stewart, gave odds more than 100,000 to 1 in favor of telepathy. The Americans have far exceeded this, as is shown by the following extract from the front page of the London Times, where a review appeared of an article published in the New Scientist on October 16, 1969. Foreseeing the future by our scientific correspondent, Dr. Helmuth Schmidt, has devised a strange machine consisting of push buttons and colored lamps for his subjects. The purpose is to guess which of the lamps will be switched on by a special electronic control, which in itself controlled by a pulse of radiation coming from a piece of radioactive strontium. Unlike card guessing games used to test psychic phenomena, the machine generated random events without human intervention. The Dr. Schmidt, who did this work at the Boeing Scientific Research Laboratories in Seattle, tested 100 subjects, but found only a small number with abnormal scores. He says exploratory tests suggest that performance depends on the mood of the individual. His 3 best subjects obtained a performance of predicting which bulbs would light that could be obtained by chance with a probability of 1 in 500 million. These experiments are believed to represent as conclusive proof of the reality of extrasensory perception as a phenomenon would seem to admit. Yet even that is not the highest point. At Rooms of Society for Psychological Research in New York, and one run of 25 cards, Miss Lillian Levin guessed the first 15 cards correctly. The odds against this as having been due to chance, work out at about 30. Let's see what we got here. Billion? Or trillion. I guess it would be billion to 1. I don't know how they got those. It is of interest that so many eminent philosophers, among them Professor C.D. Broad of Cambridge, and H.H. Price of Oxford, and Mr. C.W.K. Mundell, head of the Department of Philosophy at University College Dundee, and Anthony G.N. Flew, professor of philosophy at Kiel University, have all repeatedly expressed their conviction of the soundness of the evidence for extrasensory perception. And Professor A.M. Turning, writing in Mind, October 1950, on computing machinery and intelligence, said, "This disturbing phenomena seems to deny all our usual scientific ideas. How we should like to discredit them. Unfortunately, the evidence, at least for telepathy, is overwhelming." JT. Left opposite is test of extrasensory perception. A machine is used to eliminate telepathy between the conductor of the experiment and the subject. As we have seen, mesmerism, hypnosis, faith healing, and telepathy are all inextricably interwoven. During the investigation of them, there have been endless wrangles among their practitioners about the source and type of power which makes them effective. That does not form part of our inquiry. All we are concerned with is to show that diagnosis can be made, illness cured, and passages from closed books read through their covers, stolen articles locating contents described of rooms that have never been visited, distant and annihilated by mental travel. What? Annihilated by mental travel, and other apparent miracles performed without any normal means of communication. In short, by an individual and by an invisible influence. Premonitions. Premonitions, so far, we have dealt only with the possibility that rays from the heavenly bodies may affect human conduct, and that impulses may be sent deliberately from one human brain to another. But there are other phenomena which remain unaccounted for. It is not uncommon for a person suddenly to have become convinced that a close friend or relation, of whom he has heard nothing for a considerable time, has just died, or for a person to become subject to an overwhelming feeling that, although he has already paid for a ticket, he should not set out on a journey to which he has much looked forward, to learn later that, had he ignored the psychic warning, he would probably have died in a plane or train crash. Closely allied to the latter type of premonition is the experience recounted by Mr. J.W. Dunn, or Dunne, maybe that's what it is. The author of an experiment with time, which caused such a sensation when it first appeared. Premonitions. One night in the autumn of 1913, he tells us he dreamt that he was looking from a high railway embankment at a scene in which he recognized as being situated in a little to the north of Fourth Bridge. Below him was the open grassland with the groups of people walking about. The dream came and went several times, and finally, in one dream, he noticed that a train going north had fallen over the embankment. Thinking that this was perhaps one of a type of prophetic dreams which he occasionally had, he attempted to focus his mind on the date of the accident, but was able only to form the impression that it would happen sometime in the following spring. Next morning he told his sister about his dream, and they spoke of warning their friends who might come north next spring not to come by that route. On April 14, 1914, the Flying Scotchman jumped the parapet near Burnt's Isle Station, about 15 miles north of Fourth Bridge, and fell on to the golf link 20 feet below. One of the main scientists who, in the past century, proclaimed their belief in extraterrestrial perception was the distinguished French astronomer, Professor Camille Flammarion. He collected a great number of examples of happenings that could not be accounted for by normal means, mostly vouched for by responsible people, and published them in a 3-volume work, Death and Its Mystery. Volume 1, Before Death, Volume 2, At the Moment of Death, and Volume 3, After Death. I give a below of one of examples of Volume 1. Thomas Garrison lived 20 miles from his mother's house near Ozark, Missouri. One night he was attending a religious service, and he had not seen his mother for 2 months, and about 10 o'clock felt a sudden need to do so. It became so overwhelming that he left the church before the service was over and ran to the railway station, but he missed the last train. Obsessed by the thought that he must reach his mother without delay, he set off to walk a large part of the distance along the railroad track, and reached her house at 3 in the morning. There he roused his sister and asked where their mother was. She replied that their mother, who was perfectly well, had gone to bed about 10 o'clock. As they planned to get up early and go into town in the morning, Garrison then asserted that their mother was dead. On going upstairs, they found that was so. Dr. L. Munguri, alienist at the Royal Italian Hospital, Constantinople, reported that One day a relative of his said to him at about 11:30 in the morning, "I cannot think why, but since this morning I cannot rid myself of the thought that my aunt has died in Geneva." The man had quarreled with his family 10 years before and had no news of them since, but while he was still at Dr. Marguerite's house, his servant arrived bringing a telegram from Geneva announcing that his aunt had died suddenly that morning. A lady living in Limerick had a treasured servant named Nellie Hanlon, who one day asked for a day off to attend a fair a few miles away. The request was readily granted, but when told of the matter, the lady's husband objected because they had guests coming to dinner. He would be late returning from his office, and he had been counting on Nellie to get the wine up. Nevertheless, Nellie was allowed to go off on her jaunt. That evening, followed by another servant carrying a basket to hold the bottles, the lady herself went down to get the wine. As she descended the cellar steps, she gave a loud cry and fainted. And when she had been carried up to her bed, the girl who had been with her told the other servants that she and her mistress had both seen Nellie at the foot of the stairs, dripping from head to foot with water. Nellie did not return that night or on the following day. She had been seen at the fair, but afterwards had completely disappeared. No one had ever discovered how the tragedy had overtaken her. Later, her drowned body was found in the river. Is there a reason for this picture? It doesn't say that, but there's a lot of weird stuff happening around this stuff. The apparitions and all sorts of weird things happen. Of course, we're talking about the Mother Mary. And then we got this clown. Opposite is Pope Pius V in the Battle of Lepanto, which he saw in a vision. Of course, he probably is involved with it, the creating of it. But anyways, a lawyer wrote that in January 1909 he was living at St. Martin des Noyers while negotiating for a practice at Montiers les Mox Fates. I don't know if I said it right, where his parents lived. On the 9th of the month, he went there, as he did every month, and spent a few hours with them. Both were in excellent health, and some days later he had word from his mother that they were both very well. On the night of the 30th to the 31st, he dreamt that he was at their house. In the drawing room, there was a crowd of people around, and an improvised bed of boards and a mattress on which his father was lying. He began to weep. This awoke his wife, who asked what was the matter with him. He replied, "It's nothing. I have just had a senseless dream. I dreamt that Papa was dead." Having noticed that it was 5:30, they both again fell asleep without anxiety. The next day he learnt that his father had suddenly been taken ill at 11 o'clock the previous evening, had been laid on an improvised bed in the drawing room and died at precisely 5:30 in the morning. In the correspondence of a Duchess d'Orleans, who lived early in the 18th century, a letter records the following. The husband of one of her ladies in waiting, a Monsignor de Monsignor Sior Sior de Logiel, that's what it is, broke back from Canada with him and brought back with him an Indian. One day when they were at table, the Indian's face suddenly became convulsed and he burst into tears. Asked what ailed him, he replied to De Longueuil through the window, "I have just seen your brother murdered at a certain spot in Canada." They declared that the Indian was mad, but he insisted that they should write an account of his vision. 6 months later, a ship arrived with news that de Longueuil's brother had been murdered at the exact time and place given by the Indian. Going back to the 1st century AD, a vision seen by Apollonius of Tyana was vouched for by the population of a whole city. The philosopher was lecturing to a crowd of several hundred people in a park outside of Ephesus. Suddenly, he faltered in his discourse and became at a loss of words. Then recovered and cried joyfully, "Ephesians, the tyrant has been killed today." He was referring to Emperor Domitian. What I am saying, he was killed at the very instant I stopped speaking. Rome herself is only just learning of it. The people are running through the streets wild with joy. If the Ephesians refused to believe him, but shortly afterwards messengers arrived in Asia Minor, and they confirmed that Domitian had been assassinated at noon, the very moment Apollonius had announced the fact. Pope Pius V was also sent a vision while looking out of a window in the Vatican. He exclaimed to his companions, "Let us go to the altar to give thanks to God. Our army has just won a great victory." He had witnessed the closing phase of the defeat of the Turkish Armada by the Christian forces under Don Juan of Austria at the Battle of Lepanto, 600 miles away, which proved to be a turning point in the history of the world. It may be argued that all the above and innumerable similar examples that could be quoted are due to thought transference, messages sent out by the person dying, even the aunt in Geneva, although she had not seen her nephew for 10 years, or others witnessing the event. But those that follow, also from Cameli, Flammarion, cannot be explained as having emanated from any human brain. Lady Erdley related that as a young girl she had a slight attack of measles. After 3 or 4 days in her room, her grandmother told her she might have a bath. As she was about to get into it, she heard a voice say clearly, "Open the door." She was naturally astounded, and as there was no one with her in the bathroom, the voice repeated, "Open the door." She was a little frightened, but decided that she must be lightheaded and had imagined it, so she got into the bath. For a third time, the command was given to her, and so impressively that she got out and unlocked the door. As she stepped into her bath again, she fainted and fell flat in the water. Fortunately, she was just able to snatch at and pull the bell rope. A servant ran in and found her with her head under water. If the door had been locked, she would have been drowned before she could have been rescued. Professor Boehm, a teacher of mathematics at Marburg, was spending an evening with friends when he was seized with a conviction that he ought to return home. This feeling was so strong that he gave way to it and left his friends early. When he reached his house, he found everything in order, but felt a compulsive urge to change the position of his bed. With his servant's help, he moved it to the other end of the room. In the middle of the night, part of the ceiling collapsed, and a heavy beam, which might well have killed him, came down where his bed had previously been. A Monsignor Sorel relates that in 1911, while a civilian, he had a dream in which he saw very clearly an old fortified farm that had been broken near it, that had a brook near it, and the surrounding landscape, all of which was completely strange to him. More surprising, he was dressed as an officer, and nearby there were a number of soldiers in horizon blue uniforms who wore helmets of a strange shape. The following day he told his friends of his dream, then thought no more about it. With 1914 came the war, and he became a lieutenant. A time arrived when his regiment was sent to a place behind the line, and the it's Aube, I don't know, Abe, and every particular, it was the same as he had seen in his dream, except that there was no brook, of course. And adjutant came up and asked him if he had any idea where they could get water for their tired, dusty men. He replied at once, "There is a brook nearby. As it's not here, it must be on the other side of the house." So it was. On June 27, 1894, Dr. Gallet, then a student of medicine at Lyons, was working in his room with a fellow student named Veray, I guess that's pronounced it. Both were concentrating entirely on preparing for an examination that was shortly to take place. Neither was interested in politics. That day, the Electoral College was to meet at noon at Versailles to elect a new president of the Republic, and of the various candidates, Monsignor Casimir Perrier, I don't know if I pronounced these names right, was expected to get only third place. Well before noon, Galette suddenly felt impelled to write under the notes he was making, Monsieur Casimir Pereira is elected president of the Republic by 451 votes. Utterly amazed, Galette showed Verret I'm sorry I keep saying these names over again, but I just stumble through. I don't know if I'm saying the names right. Verret, what he had written, but Verret brusquely told him to stop fooling and leave him to get on with his work. After lunch, they went to attend a lecture at the faculty. On the way, they met two other students, and Galette told them of this extraordinary premonition. Then, in spite of their laughter, he repeated it. And when they came out of class, the four friends went to a cafe. There the papers had arrived, announcing that Casimir Perrier, fuck if I know how to say his name right, had been elected with a majority of 28 by receiving 151 votes. I don't know if it means anything, to be honest with it. It's just chance. Could there have been 1,000 other people saying something completely different, and he just got the lucky guess, you know. Early in 1865, a Signor Vincent Cesarelli went to live at Sarteno and became the director of a band of 34 musicians. The band practiced in a room on the third floor of a house belonging to Canon Dom Bacciarnini. Let's try this again. Baccarini. Canon Dom Baccarini. When they met for their first rehearsal, Cesarelli declared the house to be unsafe, and he predicted a day and an hour when it would crumble from the roof to the first floor. The house was examined by an architect who declared it to be perfectly sound, but only with great difficulty was Cesarelli persuaded to continue the rehearsals there. His colleagues made a joke of the whole matter and thought him slightly mad. However, on the day predicted, he pleaded so fervently that they should leave the house with him that they agreed. As they trooped downstairs, he begged them to tread softly, so fear that the weight of them all might hasten the fall of the building. They reached the street only just in time. At exactly the hour predicted, the building collapsed. Everyone in the town had known of the prediction. Baron Joseph Kronhelm reported the following account of a death of an official in the Russian Marine named Lukowski. Madame Lukowski was awakened one night by her husband groaning, then shouting, "Help, save me." When he was fully awakened, he told her that he had dreamt that he was on board a big ship which had a collision with another. He had been flung out into the sea and had struggled with another man for a life buoy. Although he got it, he went under and drowned. Lukowski was so fully convinced that he was destined to die in that way fairly soon that he at once started an arrangement to arrange his affairs. 2 months later, he received an order to sail in the ship Valdemar to a port on the Black Sea. Before leaving, recalled his dream to his wife and told her sadly that he would never see her again. Valdemar collided with another ship, the sinuous. Lukowski was flung into the sea, and nearby another passenger named Hennick, or I think is, was holding on to a lifebuoy. Lukowski made a grab for it, and Hennick shouted, "Don't do that. It will not support two people. We shall both drown." In spite of this, yelling that he could not swim, Lukowski seized the buoy, upon which Hennick let go and cried, "Then take it. I'm a good swimmer." At that moment, they were separated by a big wave. Lukowski was drowned, but Hennick was saved, and he recounted how he had let Lukowski have the lifebuoy. Another report in the Journal of the Society for Psychical Research was given by Captain McGowan while in Brooklyn with their two young sons who were on holiday. He promised to take them to the theater, book seats, and pay for them. On the morning of the day they were going, the inner voice repeated insistently to them, "Don't go to the theater. Take your sons back to school." Reluctantly, he told his sister and some friends who were also going that he had decided not to take the boys. They were so reproachful at his denying his son this treat that he said he would go after all. But a voice continued nagging him the whole afternoon. Eventually he gave in to it and changed his mind again and told the boys that he was taking them back to New York. That evening the theater was entirely destroyed by fire. His sister, who was sitting in a different part of the house from where he would have sat, escaped, but 305 people either perished in flames or were crushed to death. Well, that's a hell of a way to go, isn't it? Dante's. All right, let's see where we're at with this. Another report in the Journal of the Society of Psychical Research is given by Captain McGowan. We did that one. Prince Radziwill adopted one of his nieces named Agnes because she was an orphan. She lived in a castle in Galicia. In it, there was a very large salon situated between the apartments of the prince and those of the children, so they frequently had to pass through it. During her childhood, whenever the Countess Agnes entered the salon, she uttered screams of terror and pointed to a huge picture of the Cumaean Sibyl that hang over the double doors. In due course, the Countess became engaged to be married, and a great reception was given to celebrate the event. That evening, it was intended that the company should play games in the big salon. Agnes was persuaded by her guests to go into it first. Then she was suddenly again seized with terror. She attempted to draw back, but her laughing friends shut the door behind her. In vain she shook at it. The moment brought down a weighty pitcher that broke her skull, and she died instantly. Sumerian recorded over 4,000 cases in support of the belief and extrasensory perception, but I feel it would be redundant to draw upon him and other sources for further examples. As the reader will have observed, many of these silent mental communications could not reasonably have been have had their origin either through the effects of cosmic rays or through transmission from one human brain to another. Therefore, such foreknowledge of coming events can perhaps best be explained by the action on us of invisible forces. Indeed, one might well conclude that the impulses of sacrifice, our own interests for the good of others, or to succumb to the temptation to do evil, are inspired by those ubiquitous powers that we loosely term God and the devil. And it says here the opposite are early French signs of the zodiac: Leo the lion, Aries the ram. I guess we should go back a little bit here. So that's Aries the ram, it looks like. Or is that Aries the ram? One is the ram and one is the lion. Your guess is as good as mine. Part 2, predestination or free will. This is a very fundamental question. I never gave much thought until this past year and a half. It's getting almost 2 years now. Predestination or will. Introductory. Impulses to do good or ill occur continually in our daily lives. Mostly they concern only small matters, but occasionally they involve one of such great importance that the decision taken may affect the whole course of our futures. This raises the question, when apparently making these decisions, do we really have any choice? And are the Arab philosophers right in their contention that the fate of every man is bound about his brow? Or do we have free will? If so, to what extent? The methods used by various peoples for foretelling events are innumerable. Let us examine those most widely known. Astrology. The ancients, particularly those of the Chaldea, Egypt, and Mexico, were most knowledgeable in astronomy. They regarded astrology as an equal exact science. They firmly believed that the future of both nations and individuals could be read in the stars, and a considerable section of their priesthoods were engaged solely in drawing up horoscopes. The procedure consisted in plotting the positions of the sun, the moon, and the planets in the 12 houses of the zodiac as near as possible to the points at which those bodies were situated at the moment of the person's birth, interpreting their relationship according to rules whose origin is lost in the mist of antiquity. Each heavenly body was credited with certain qualities and believed to exert its influence for good or evil or ill. Their principal qualities and the symbols are the sun, vitality, willpower, activity, ambition; moon, fluctuation, melancholy, receptivity; Mercury, commerce, intelligence, and eloquence. I don't have much of that. Venus, love, harmony, peace, and beauty. Don't have much of that. Mars, energy, determination, and aggressiveness. Might have a little bit of that. Jupiter, domination, fatherlessness, joviality. Saturn, frustration, gloom, and catastrophe. Got some of that. Uranus, impatience, willfulness, originality. Not got much of that. Neptune, fluidity, spiritual, and psychic power. None of that. Pluto, influence, not yet agreed upon. Then we got all these different symbols. Astrology. From the above, it will be seen that basically the Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter are magnificent, and that Moon, Mars, and Saturn are associated with certain malevolent qualities. Mars squared by Saturn is most sinister sign, as it indicates a tendency of manic depression. Hitler had in his horoscope. Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto were discovered only in comparatively recent times. The possible influence of the two former have been assisted by modern astrologers, who have compared the known characteristics of a great number of persons with the position of those planets in their horoscopes. Pluto, however, is so small and so distant from the Earth that such influence as it may exert is regarded as little importance. In the East, horoscopes are still cast for male children of upper-class parents, and such was the case in Europe during the classical era. Netanebus, king of Egypt, was both a great sorcerer and a great astrologer. It is said that he stood beside his daughter Olympias, when she was about to give birth to Alexander the Great. What? Having cast a horoscope for the day and hour, he persuaded her to withhold the birth until he gave the word. At the most propitious moment, he gave it. Then told her that her child would become the master of the world. No doubt the practice of casting horoscopes continued here and there in Europe during the Middle Ages. But to form an opinion of the degree of success that can be achieved by these means, we must move on to a more recent centuries. With the revival of interest in astrology through Latin translations of Arabic texts left by the Greeks, from the Renaissance onward, horoscopes were cast of royal and noble children. Many have been recorded. Here are a few events predicted in them, which came to pass. that King Henry II of France would receive a fatal injury in a joust, that his son King Henry III would be assassinated, that the Marquis de Cinq Mars would become King Louis XIII's closest friend, but by his order be executed for conspiracy, that Louis the 14th, the sun god, would reign in a splendor surpassing that of all his predecessors, that throughout his life he would be constantly afflicted with deaths and disappointments in his family, but that he would be most fortunate in the ministers he chose to advise him. It was predicted to both Giovanni de' Medici and Marcel Cervin, is that how you pronounce Cervin? That they would be popes. To the first by the astrologer Louise Gary, I guess, and to the second by his astrologer father Giovanni, became Louis X, and Marcel became Marcellus II. According to astrologers, everybody's character partakes to some extent of the qualities of the signs of the zodiac are paramount at his birth. But each sign is ruled by one of the heavenly bodies, and it is this which, all else being equal, determines the types of personalities. The 12 signs of the zodiac, with the periods during which the sun passes through them, are Aquarius, the water carrier, January 20th through February 18th. Pisces, the fishes, February 19th through March 20th. Aries, the ram, from March 21st to April the 19th. Taurus, the bull, from April 20th to May 20th. Gemini, the twins, May 21st to June 21st. Cancer, the crab, June 22nd to July 22nd. Leo, the lion, from July 23rd to August 22nd. Virgo, the virgin, from August 23rd to September the 22nd. Hey, Chase. Chase. So I'm studying this wild book, and not that I'm all that interested, but maybe it's something to it. Do you know what your sign is?
I think I'm Leo.
You are Leo, all right.
Yeah.
You're the lion, bro. I told you.
Yeah, but this stuff, you are crazy. Astrology girls are crazy.
You think I'd be, buddy?
Just crazy.
Do you know any of them? Because I don't know any of them
No,
personally.
I don't. But like,
I know of some, but I don't know them personally, so I don't.
they're crazy. If their like astrology sign says this, they will go with it. Like murder that guy with a 12-pump shotgun. That's what my crystal said.
12 punt or 12 gauge? I think your BB gun is 10 pump for your 12 gauge, so. 12 pump, maybe there's a 12 pump. I didn't know if there was a 12 pump shotgun. Never heard such thing, but good imagination, that's for sure. Anyways, the horoscope of the author. So I guess he's in whatever. Let's go with this. I guess I'm a Capricorn. I'm a goat. Yeah, I kind of look like a goat too. Libra, the balance, September 23rd to October 23rd. Scorpions, October 24th to November 21st. Sagittarius, the Archer, November 21st, 22nd to December 21st. And that's where the time right now I'm reading this is Sagittarius, and I hate this month. And I also do not like my month that I'm born in. It might be the worst month of all, or time period. I just cannot stand the cold. The horoscope illustrated is that of the author as cast by Miss J.M. Ravel in October 1965. It is an interesting example of how the position of the heavenly bodies at the hour of birth may overcome otherwise unfavorable omens. The date of my birth in January 8th. So he's a dude like me. He's a Capricorn. That is within 3 days of the center of the sun's period in Capricorn, and that sign is ruled by Saturn. Moreover, each heavenly body is associated with a number, and Saturn's number is 8. As Saturn is the most benevolent of all planets, normally there could be no more unfortunate date on which to be born. I should have been a morbid introvert, prone to accidents, made miserable by one disappointment after another, and an utter failure in everything I undertook. Which, by the way, that does pretty much label me. I mean, although I keep fighting, I've had one bad disappointment after another, and one utter failure after another. I haven't had that many prone to accidents, though. A morbid introvert, I guess that could be that, and but my son's that way too. So, and he's born in August, so go figure. He's a lion. So I don't know how much you could. In circumstances, a lot of things you just out of control. Predeterminism does have a factor. It's so self-evident, it's ridiculous. Yet the fact is that I am a cheerful, sociable person. I have derived great happiness from my family, my friends, my work, and wide appreciation it has received. Well, that's good for you, bro. If you're still around, which I don't think he is. I think he passed away quite a while ago. All this is due to the position of the heavenly bodies in my horoscope. It will be seen that the sign of Leo is on an ascent. The moon is the closed trine, the most favorable aspect, both to Uranus and Saturn, the depositor of the sun in Capricorn. Beyond all, the sun itself is the trine to Jupiter. That is the most fortunate of positions, promising protection, wealth, and fame. I have never met Miss Ravel, but having delineated my character with great accuracy, she gave the years in my life that had proved the most important, and why, and none of which could she have learnt through ordinary channels. Regarding my future, she predicted that although I was then 69, I was entering on the best years of my life, and that when I was 72 or 73, I am now 73, I should be writing an unusual book. It had not then even occurred to me to undertake a work of this kind. I should stress that horoscopes, lightly undertaken, are of very little value. Exactitude on both the time of the birth and plotting of the position of the heavenly bodies is essential. One must also interpret correctly the effect of each upon the other. The houses of the zodiac are divided into quadruplicities. Did I say it right? Quadruplicities. Cardinal, fixed, and mutable, and also into triplicities, fire, earth, air, water. I don't see how that is triplicities, but they would be quadplicities, I would think. But anyways, these with aspects all have to be considered. For those who are interested, there are available many books dealing with astrology. Among them, I particularly recommend The Black Arts by Richard Cavendish, who devotes over 50 pages to this subject, and many more giving in greater detail than is possible here, owing to the ground I have covered, other methods of fortune telling in the future. Well, I do believe the Bible is part of the black arts myself, but by Richard Cavendish. Where are you, buddy? I lost track of you. Cavendish, not nish, dish. And there it is. Okay. Numerology. This is closely allied to astrology and is said to have its origins in the learning of the ancient Hindus. Their priesthood was sufficiently far advanced in the science of astronomy to be aware of the precision of the equinoxes, which is completed once every 25,870 years. 827 years. So one cannot lightly dismiss their belief in astrology and the potency of numbers. The belief they held was that each heavenly body is associated with a number, which partakes of the qualities according to Chiro's, I guess that's how you say it, Chiro's Book of Numbers. These associations are as follows. And then Chiro's Books of Numbers. We can look that up. Not books, plural, books, singular. Book of Numbers. It's very difficult to read the small lettering, but if I keep blowing it and blowing up, I'm just not going to be able to find anything. When I should say that, I'm going to have a hard time navigating the pages. I thought I would find anything. Chiro's Book of Numbers. I mean, I'm not necessarily interested in any of this stuff, except that I want to understand what's going on around me, just like you, right? I want to know why I saw Bigfoot and why I filmed things and why I've been what the heck's going on, you know what I mean? It's as simple as that. I don't have the answers. I know a lot of other people claim they do, but it takes a little effort more than just a few paragraphs or reading a few books or even doing this, that, or that. I mean, it takes some effort. A lot of isolation too, it seems. At least in my my journey. And you know, I don't want to be just a talking head. A numerology. This is the closest ally to astrology, and is said to have. Okay, so we did this. So, according to Chiros, or something like that, Book of Numbers, these associations are as follows: the Sun is 1, your Moon is 2, Jupiter is 3, Uranus is 4, Mercury is 5, Venus is 6, Neptune is 7, Saturn is 8, and Mars is 9. And for all I know, there's other takes of this too, right? Because it wouldn't be that difficult to just make up your own, right? And claim that it's authentic. How would anybody know? I mean, those who spend time studying this would say, oh no, it can't be. But the ignorant and gullible like myself, okay, you know, how do I know until I have something to compare it with? Further, each letter of the alphabet is associated with a number as follows. A, and then all the way to Z. Let's see. Well, no. Okay. A is 1, 2 is, B is 2, C is 3, 4 is D, D is 4, E is 5, F is 8, G is 3, I never would have thought of that, H is 5, I is 1, J is 1, K is 2, L is 3, M is 4, N is 5, O is 7, and P is 8, Q is 1, R is 1, S is 3, T is 4, U is 6, V is 6, W is 6, 666, X is 5, Y is 1, and Z is 7. The date of a person's birth automatically associates him with one number, but that produced by substituting the above number for letters of his name is considered even more important. Should the two be the same, that obviously greatly increases the influence of the planet associated with the number and adds to the potency gained when a person uses the number to further his projects. So that's how it works. So you line it. These letters are associated with the numbers that are associated with the planets. Except for one thing. Where's 9? Where's 9? I missed that one. What letter is associated with 9? Anyways. Did I miss that? Did he say something about that? Should the two be the same, that obviously greatly increases the influence of the planet associated with the number and adds to the potency gained when a person uses that number to further his projects. I never heard of this one. I haven't really seriously studied this at all, to be honest with you. I've listened to a few people, spent a few hours of my life, had a few people do horoscope with me, but I would not say that I know jack squatch about any of this stuff. Compound numbers have special meaning, but for general purposes, all should be reduced to a single digit. As for example, 28, 2 plus 8 reduces to 1. It says, is that 1 or I? I'm assuming that is a 1, Roman numeral 1, right? Or I. Let's see where I says. Well, I is 1, okay. It could be the same thing. It reduces to I. 65 is 6 plus 5, which is 11, to 2, and so on. And then 2 would be, well, either a B or a K. Number 1s, being sun people, are positive, creative, determined, and ambitious. Well, I'm creative, determined, and ambitious. I don't know how positive I am. They dislike restraint, making themselves respected, or generally rise to positions of authority. Number 1, ones look after number 1s. They get on best with people who are 2s, 4s, and 7s. So moon people, Uranus, and Neptune people. Okay. I don't know. And their most fortunate days are Sundays and Mondays, particularly if these fall on the 1st, 10th, 19th, and 28th of the month. And then it's got this drawing here of the Pisces and the 2 fishes, and there's all sorts of takes on this. Everyone seems to know what they're talking about, but nobody seems to agree. So I don't know what to say about it. I know one thing. What an awful looking freaking drawing. But then again, it's probably more honest and reflective of our reality than the nice glossy shit that we see today. Look at all these things. And these must be tarot cards? Oh, the numbers? Not quite sure. We'll find out. The opposite is tarot cards. Number 1, the jugular, designed by Aleister Crowley. Almost looks like he's got some spirit manifesting in this photograph. Oh, see, he looks some kind of took the pictures like on top of a black mirror, scrying mirror or something. That's what it looks like. I'm not saying it is. Far from that, but who the hell knows what. Is that 2 penises or balls in a penis in there? Yeah, I said that. I mean, it's just a piece of artwork. It's not exactly dirty language. Their lucky colors are gold, yellow, and brown. Their lucky stones, topaz and amber. Number 2, being moon people, are imaginative, artistic, romantic, but they are not forceful and are seldom strong physically. That sounds like me. Habitually, they take second place. That's like me. They get on best with people who are 1s for short periods of time, and to a lesser degree with 7s. Their most favorite day are Sundays, Mondays, and Fridays. Their lucky colors are white, cream, and green. Got green eyes, greenish blue eyes, or greenish brown eyes. Their lucky stone, pearls, moonstones, and jades. Do you like moonstone? I don't know. I don't have anything. I don't do anything with stones. Number 3s, being Jupiter people, love authority, order, and discipline. They are trustworthy, conscientious, and proud, but inclined to be dictatorial. Why can't I not say the word dictatorial? Dictatorial. Fuck it. They get on best with people who are 6s and 9s. Their most fortunate days are Thursdays, Fridays, and Tuesdays. I don't even know what my fortunate days are. I don't know. Let's see. I wonder if I should start doing this stuff like doing lives, or figure out what my horoscope is and all that, what my best days are. Doing them those days and see if there's any truth to it. I don't think so, but who knows? You never know, right? Their lucky colors are mauve, purple, crimson, rose, and their lucky stone is amethyst. 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 Number 4s, being Uranus people, are born rebels, often opposed to generally accepted customs. They are sensitive, lonely, and rarely successful in worldly matters. Ooh, that sounds like me. And that is part of my sign, isn't it? The people having this unfortunate number do not easily acquire friends. Yep. But their best chance is with number 1s, because Uranians are also influenced by the sun. Their best days are Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. Their lucky colors are gray, electric blue, and half shades. Their lucky stone is sapphire. Number 5s, being Mercury people, are prompt in thought and decision, highly strung, and quick to recover from misfortune. They crave every kind of excitement and are great gamblers. Commerce brings them good money. They make friends easily and are liked by people having any of the other numbers. Their lucky days are Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. They can wear any color, but should choose light ones. Their lucky stone is the diamond. Number 6, being Venus people, are artistic, generous lovers of beauty. They are determined at times to the point of obstinacy, but very considerate of others, who become devoted to them. Their character attracts many friends to them, particularly 3 and 9s. Their best days are Tuesdays, Fridays, and their lucky colors are all the shades of blue and pink, and their lucky stone is turquoise. I think it might be good to know this stuff, just so when you ever interact with somebody, you look at what they're wearing, and maybe that's what they're thinking when they're wearing it. You might be able to suss them out a little bit superficially. I think, maybe, I don't know. I know several people that think very highly of this stuff, and I'm just like, at this point, I just throw up my hands in the air, kind of constant basis. Is there a group in there when you're just bewildered and befuddled and just confused all day long for 55 fucking years? That's who I am. The problem is I'm honest about that, and I don't make up shit with the hope that somebody's going to buy into my bullshit, and I can read the bullshit meter a mile away. That's probably the reason why people don't really want to be around me. Because I can just give that. I always, that's a long story, fuck it. Number 7, being Neptune people, are restless and independent and produce original ideas. They are great travelers and good writers and painters, but not very fortunate over money matters. The number 7 is associated in many ways with mysticism, so its people are much more psychic than others, and they often have the gift of initiation and clairvoyance. Their best chance of making friends is with number 2s, because Neptunes are also influenced by the moon. Their best days are Sundays and Mondays. Their lucky colors are green, white, and yellow. Their lucky stone is cat's eyes, pearls, and moonstones. Number 8, being Saturn people, have intense natures and great strength of individuality, but they are frequently misunderstood and lead very lonely lives. That's me. They are playing things of fate. They are playthings of fate, and although they occasionally rise to high positions, they are more frequently subjected to losses, sorrow, and humiliation. Yeah. As number 8 appear cold and undemonstrative, they do not attract friends easily, and they should always avoid associating with number 4s, as the bringers together of these two numbers almost invariably results in misfortune and tragedy. Their best days are Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. Their lucky colors are dark green, dark blue, and black, and their lucky stone is a dark sapphire or black pearl. Number 9, being Mars people, are born fighters, impulsive, courageous, and hasty-tempered. They make good leaders, but resent criticism. Their home life is rarely peaceful, and they are peculiarly prone to accidents from fire and explosions. They get on best with people who are 3s and 6s. Their lucky days are Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays. The lucky colors are red, crimson, and pink. Their lucky stones, ruby, garnet, and bloodstone. To illustrate the way in which to arrive at the numerical equivalent of one's name, I give my own. Dennis, 23 equals 5. Yates equals 5. Wheatley equals 30, which is 3. 553 equals 13, which is 4. 5 plus 3 equals 8. I'm trying to figure out where he got that. So 5 plus 5 plus 3, that makes sense, equals 13. That makes sense, which is 4. Oh, if maybe you reduce the 5 and the 3 to there and you get an 8. Okay. And then it's got this magical square thing going on. And if we expand so we can see what the hell it's saying. Opposite the magic square of squares considered to have occult properties and corresponds held by the Kabbalists to exist between parts of the hand. The hand and the astrological principles, denoted by letters and numbers. It will be seen that if I were generally known by the whole of my name, I should be saddled with the unfortunate 4. This, in conjunction with my birth number 8, could prove positively catastrophic. Fortunately, I never used my middle name. It is the name by which you are known. Even if it had been adopted one or a nickname, that counts. So my name, as well as my birth name, is 8. The lies comparatively few people have, I imagine, been so dominated by one number as mine has. From this point of view, the following list of events may be of interest. I should be remembered that when relating one's numbers to years, the century is ignored and only the last two numerals are added together. Okay. First big change in life, sent to boarding school at age 8. Second big change in life, received first commission in 1914 at the age of 17 equals 8. Sent to West Front, was sent to the Western Front, oh my God, on 1917, 888. Third big change in my life is January 1919, 88. When went into a family wine business at 26 South Audley Street, 8. A lot of 8s there. Fourth big change of life, married June 1924 at the age of 26, 8. My father died and I inherited the business in 1926, 8. Wow. Fifth big change in life, second marriage, 8 to 1931, a double 8. Sixth big change in life, 1932, started to write at the age of 35, 8. And 1934, went to live at number 8 St. John's Wood Park, 8. The seventh big change in life, commission in RAFVR in 1941 at the age of 44, 8. Eighth big change in life, a return to civilian life, and bought new home at Lymanton in December 1944, 8. From above it would appear that the Saturnian 8 being so prominent in my life, it should have been one of gloom, isolation, and failure. Moreover, it does portend that it may yet be my fate to be ruined through becoming involved in some terrible tragedy, but so far the malefic influence of Saturn has been nullified by other influences. Hundreds of people think of me simply as Dennis, which brings the resilient qualities of number 5 into play. This is doubly reinforced by the fact that there are no fewer than 6 5s in the 14 letters of my name, and that Mercury, associate of 5, is well aspected in my horoscope. But I have no doubt that I owe my immunity to my Sun and Capricorn trine to Jupiter, and my great good fortune to my double numbers. Wheatley equals 30, and giving mental qualities, and Dennis equals 23, the luckiest of all numbers to have. It is called the Royal Star of the Lion. It promises help and protection from those in high places and great success. I have dwelt at some length upon my own numbers for a definite reason. I feel sure that many readers have reached this point in the book and will proceed to work out their own numbers. I wish to show that why they prove to be 4 or 8, their owner should not be unduly cast down, because, as in my case, the ill fortune foreboded by these unlucky numbers may well be diverted from them by other more fortunate influences. Before leaving this subject, I will add a few further points of interest. What's up, Big Chief? While to make oneself a slave to numbers would lead to a stupid restriction of one's activities, believers in numerology select, as far as practical dates and the month to tally with one's number for entering on matters of special significance, such as signing important documents, setting out on a long journey, moving to a new home, or so on. And if the date also falls on one of the lucky days associated with your number, so much the better. Single women usually derive their numbers from the Christian names they use, coupled with their surnames. All women are subject to the moon, and so some extent have its influence quality, have its fluid quality. They are more adaptable to change than men, and when they marry, particularly for love, take pleasure in sharing their husband's tasks and pursuits, even if they have had no previous interest in them. Therefore, if their numbers are changed by their married names, these new numbers will tend to supplant their unmarried ones. It is believed by neurologists that by a change of name, a person can bring more fortunate influence to bear upon himself. For example, Pat adds to 13 and so has an unfortunate number of 4. By making her friends call her Patricia, she could become a 3. Edward adds to 20, which also adds to 4. To change it to Ted would be useless, as that makes it 13. But as Eddie, he would be a 1. Will is another 13, but William, he could be a 1, or as Bill, a 9. Violet adds to 26, and so is an 8 by becoming known as she would be a 7. Okay. Where modifications of names are not possible, the adoption of a nickname having a fortunate number would serve the same purpose. This changing of numbers, it is said, also affects homes. A person living at number 4 or 8 could possibly change the influence by ceasing to use the number and giving the house a name, the letters of which made a favorable number. The number given by occultists to Jesus Christ is 888. This reduces to a single digit as 6, the number of Venus, the symbol of love. The morning star. The number of the beast, man, is given in the book of Revelation 666, reduced to a single digit is 9. The number of Mars and the symbol of war and destruction. Aha. There we go. And that was all about the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD, and it has nothing to do with us today. Chironomy or chiromancy. Prediction by examining the shape of hands and lines of them. Commonly known as palmistry, is said to have originated in the earliest Aryan civilization and has continued to be very popular ever since. This is a consultant room of Palmist, Cairo. And I guess you don't pronounce the H. So it's Cairo. So Chiro or Chiro. An officer in the Marlborough's army defined war as long periods of acute boredom interspersed by short intervals of intense fear. That, I think, is a very apt description of war at any age. During my time in the Western Front, I was indeed alternately bored to tears and frightened out of my wits. Sounds like Bigfoot research. To relieve the many days of tedium, I sent for what I still believe to be the best book on palmistry, Cairo's Language of the Hands. Let's look that up. Did I already look that up? Cairo's Language of the Hands. Archive.org. And what do we have? Apparently we got it. It's okay. Cairo's Language of the Hand. Not hands, hand. Singular. And set about teaching myself to tell fortunes by this means. I soon found the formation of the hand as an indication of a person's character to be remarkably accurate. There are 7 types of hands: elementary, coarse, clumsy, and thick, with heavy palms and short fingers, indicating the lowest type of mentality. God, I hope that's not me. Square, which is also known as the useful, indicates orderliness, orderliness, or not orderliness, I guess that's what it is. Punctuality, conformity to habit, and respect for authority. Spatulate. This has thick fingertips. It indicates orderliness. No, excuse me, it doesn't indicate that. The thick fingertips, it indicates energy and enthusiasm, but also restless disposition. The philosophic, long, angular, and bony. Those who have it are nearly always keen students, and they gain wisdom, not money. The conic, with the palms and fingers slightly tapering. I don't know if that's me or not. It indicates love of beauty and luxury and artistic but very business-like personality. The psychic, the exaggerated version of the conic, with very slim, smooth fingers. It is an unworldly hand, and therefore unfortunate, but also an indication of psychic gifts. The mixed, so described only because it cannot be classified as one of the others. And it has this, I don't know what I'd be there. That hand, well, so it got all this and the different breaking down of that, the phalanx, I guess that's what it is. It's a lettering I can't quite read quite well. I don't know if I'm going to break all that down. Should I do that? Mount of Venus, Mount of Mars, Physician, Mount of Jupiter, Mount of Saturn, a Mount of Apollo or the Sun, a Mount of Mercury, Mount of Mars, negative, Mount of the Moon. Then there's break islands, spots, chains, cross, square, star, lines of life, branch from line to life, producing fork, and on it goes. It's got to start breaking down to the finger, and I guess that's phalanx. Above is author's right hand with a detailed enlarged form, a print of it, and reverse so that the marks appear in their normal seen position to show the two stars found by the palmisters on the Mount Apollo. I got similar hands to his. I don't know what that means, but I got similar hands to his. Generally speaking, nearly all hands are to some extent mixed. Many have square palms with conic fingers, which is an excellent combination and gives practical ability to employ an artistic talent, and there are many other varieties in which one bad feature is offset by a good one. People with small hands have large ideas, often in excess of their capabilities. People with large ones do nearly all difficult work. Jewel setters and engravers usually have large hands. The texture of a hand is of great importance. Flabbiness shows an irresolute, lazy nature. Firmness and resilience indicates self-reliance and determination. Hair on the back of the hand is said to indicate vanity. The thumb differentiates men from animals, and so is the dominant feature of the hand. It should be long and stand well away from the first finger, but not at an exaggerated angle. The first nail phalanx denotes will, and the second one logic, and the basal part love. The basal part love. A supply jointed thumb indicates extravagance, a firm jointed thumb is much stronger will. If the nail phalanx is club-like, it proclaims violent tempers. If the lower phalanx is wasted, this shows tact. If the basal part of the thumb is excessively plump and the phalanx, comparatively short, the person is likely to be ruled by strong sexual urges. But the shape and length of the fingers have their meanings. Long fingers show love of detail and work, surroundings and dress. Short fingers show impulsiveness and impatience about all minor matters. Crooked fingers on bad hands are signs of distorted evil nature. Knobby knuckles indicate a gift of mathematics, and spatulated fingertips mechanical ability. The nails can reveal inherent physical weakness. Filbert shaped liability to lung trouble, squarish, bad circulation, and possibly heart trouble, shell-shaped paralysis. The comparative length of the fingers can be a key indicator to character. A first finger, which is unusually long, indicates lust for power. The second, morbid introspection. The third, artistic genius. And the fourth, a gift for oratory, languages, and success in commerce. Well, I definitely don't have that. These qualities are also indicated if there are small fleshy pads called mounts on the palm at the base of the fingers. That under the first finger is known as Mount of Jupiter, and under the second Saturn, and the third Apollo, and the fourth Mercury. If one finger is exceptionally long and the other is a mount beneath it, it is naturally intensified the quality. In addition to the above, there is the Mount of Venus, and this is one at the base of the thumb, almost flat. It shows lack of virility if full, a healthy capacity for passion if excessive, and obsession with sex. The Mount of the Moon is an opposite side of the hand. Its development indicates imagination, idealism, and romantic nature, and a love of travel. There are two mounts of Mars. The first, positive, below the line of life, and between the Mount of Jupiter and Venus, indicates the degree of courage of the subject. If excessive, a quarrelsome disposition. The second, negative, lying between the Mount of Mercury and Moon, denotes self-control and fortitude. Given this knowledge and ability to assess how the quality indicated by each physical portion of the hand is increased or modified by the others, the palmist may predict with reasonable certainty what a person will do in any given circumstances. The lines also reveal certain aspects of the character and inform the palmist concerning the subject's past and his prospects. To be at their best, with one exception, all the principal lines, those of life, head, heart, fate, and fortune, also called the sun, should be clearly marked and unbroken. The exception is the line of health. The less it shows, the better. It is by the position of the lines on the hand, their relation to one another, and the breaks and islands on them, that the subject's past and future can be told. But this is much more difficult undertaking than that of delineating character, as in the case with the position of the planets in the horoscope. Great experience is needed to assess how a bad patch on one line may be modified by the condition of others, and particularly the effect that the many minor lines can have on principal ones. Incidentally, it might be expected that a seamstress or packer who is constantly using the hands would develop many more lines on the palms than a person who uses his hands very little. And this is far from being the case. Working class people normally have few but a principal lines to show, whereas palms of those who live by their intellect, have many interests, are crisscrossed by a network, for the lines are not the product of the physical exertion but of activity in the brain. It is generally accepted that the left hand discloses the attributes and inclinations we have inherited, and the right what we have made of them. The line of life rises under the Mount of Jupiter and runs down the hand encircling the Mount of Venus. The longer and clearer it is, the longer an exception of life. A definite break in it indicates a premature death, unless alongside the break and inside it there is another, usually fainter line. This is the line of Mars, which would reduce the probability of death in a very serious illness or accident. When the line of life forks at the lower end, it indicates that the subject will probably spend the latter part of his life and die in a country other than that which he was born. Okay. If you believe any of that, then why not? Who the hell knows? The line of head begins on the Mount of Jupiter, tied to the line of life, and from the Mount of Mars positive. Runs across the hand. When clear and unbroken, it shows intellectual strength. If irregular, the reverse. A good line of head arising from Jupiter just touching the line of life indicates an exceptionally powerful intellect. When the line of head rises from the line of life but is tied to it, it shows a nervous disposition, an excess of caution and domination by parents or others early in life. A line of the head rising from the Mount of Mars is bad, showing a nervous and irritable disposition. When running straight across the palm, it shows practical common sense. When sloping slightly downward, imaginative qualities. When it runs slightly upward, it indicates a harsh taskmaster, but one successful in commerce. If it sends an offshoot up to the Mount Jupiter, this is a good sign for achieving ambition. And another fortune sign is if it forks at the end, and sending a branch down to the Mount of the Moon. This foretells success through imagination and psychic awareness. The line of heart runs across the palm below the Mount of Jupiter, Saturn, Apollo, and Mercury. Along an unbroken line means happiness in the affections. If it rises from Jupiter, it indicates the highest type of love. If it rises from Saturn, the subject will be more passionate and more selfish in satisfying his desires. If it rises between the two mounts, it shows a capability for both idealistic and passionate love. When the line starts in a fork with one branch rising between the fingers, the other from Jupiter, that is a sign of a tranquil nature and much happiness and love. The line of fate rising from the wrist and running straight up to the mount of Saturn is a sign of extreme good fortune. When it is stopped by the lines of heart, success will be ruined through the affections. If stopped by the lines of head, success will be ruined through the miscalculation. If it does not rise until the middle of the palm, it shows a very difficult early life. But if it is well marked after that, success will be won through the subject's own efforts. When it is forked, which the branch running up from the mount of the moon, it donates success won through the imagination. The line of fortune, or the sun, if good, indicates the subject's career will be brilliant. It may rise from any part of the hand, but most run up to the mount of Apollo or of the sun. It is rarely seen deep and long, and means more if well marked on the square of spatula hand than on one that is conic or philosophic. If unbroken and well marked right across the mount of Apollo, it is a sure sign of good fortune and contentment in the latter part of life. The line of health, if present, runs down the palm from the mount of Mercury. Its absence is a sign of excellent health. If it runs straight down, the subject has good resistance to illness. But if it cuts the lifeline, he or she will die prematurely from some illness. The line of marriage, or the prolonged liaison runs across the mount of Mercury from the side of the hand. If there are two or more, the lowest and earliest, their length shows their duration. When the line turns up at the end, it indicates an improved social status through marriage. If a line turns down, the reverse. If it forks at the end, a divorce or separation is to feared. Little vertical lines above the line of marriage indicate children, or if they are to play a large part in the subject's life, stepchildren. There are several other minor lines, the lines of intuition, the girdle of Venus, and via lascivia, the via lasciva, the ring of Saturn, and the bracelets. When present, they reinforce tendencies shown by the major lines, but it is rare to find them all in any one hand, and any of them that is to be seen are usually rudimentary. It says here, an opposite Dr. John Dee and his assistant Edward Kelley raising a spirit from the grave. Breaks island spots or chains formations. I wonder why he put that in there. Yeah, I hope he starts talking about that next. And any line shows weakness and misfortunes connected with it. Crosses indicate disappointments and danger. Squares and protection from disaster, loss, stars, good fortune. I have dealt at some length with this subject for two reasons. Firstly, so that the reader may examine his own hand and realize that in the main, the qualities that I have indicated for each formation tallies with his own character, and that since the shape of our hands and the main lines upon them are formed before birth, although they may later become a little longer and slightly alter direction, it follows that our lives are largely circumscribed by the qualities we have been given. Secondly, because some readers may be sufficiently intrigued to take up the study of palmistry, it is an amusing pastime, and no harm can possibly come of it, provided only that one never predict the death of great misfortune that one thinks he sees in the subject's hand. To do so could cause acute worry. Moreover, unless you are a real expert, you may have misinterpreted the lines wrongly. You may have interpreted the lines wrongly. Reverting to my own experiences, it was not until after the war, when I once read hands at a charity fiat, for which my mother was on the committee, that I realized an interesting but not really surprising thing. If one reads the hands of friends and acquaintances, he is bound to be influenced by what he believes he knows about them. So the reading may be a long way from the truth. I was far more successful at the fiat, where in many cases I was dealing with people whom I never previously met. Nearly all of them admitted that what I told them about their character and past was correct. Before leaving the subject, I will record one extraordinary prediction about myself. When I was first married, my mother-in-law used regularly to give bridge afternoons to help an old friend of hers who was a widow and had very little money. She paid her a couple of guineas to come and read the hands of other ladies while they were dummy. Okay. On one of these afternoons, I called to collect my wife. The lady suggested that she should read my hand. I readily agreed, and after one glance at my right hand, she looked up and stared at me and exclaimed, "But this is extraordinary. I have never seen such markings in a hand before. You see those two stars on your Mount of Apollo? They show that one day you will be rich and famous, really famous. I am absolutely certain of it." I was then still a Mayfair wine merchant, and as I owned my own business, I had no reason to suppose that I could ever be anything else. That was 4 years before I wrote my first book, Cartomancy. Telling fortunes by cards is at the present day probably the most popular method of predicting a person's future. There are two distinct types of a pack, the tarot and the major arcana, which consists of 22 pictorial cards, none of which has any obvious relationship to the other, and the minor arcana, which originally had 56 cards, is in modern times reduced to 52, divided into 4 suits. The suits, now diamonds, hearts, and spades and clubs, were originally coins, cups, swords, and staffs. which represented respectively commerce, spirituality, war, and agriculture. And the old packs, the 14th card in each suit was the knight, who was since been dropped, or if one prefers, merged with the knave, who represents the square of the Lord, King, or Lady, Queen. The origin of both packs is lost in mystery. Some writers have stated that the tarot is the book of Thoth, the god of wisdom of the Egyptians. Others connect it with the 22 paths of the Hebrew Kabbalah. Still others assert that the cards were introduced into Western Europe by the Bohemians, as the Gypsies were called. Suggested link with the Kabbalah does not bear investigation, and tempting as it may be to attribute them to the mysterious and highly psychic race, the Gypsies, that does not hold water either, because they did not enter Europe until early in the 15th century. The tarot cards are known to have existed in France at least a century earlier. The earliest recorded is a pack painted in 1392 by a Parisian artist, Gringanor, for King Charles VI. And then it says Mademoiselle's Lenormand telling the fortune of the Empress Josephine. And that's supposed to be this thing. I know one thing, the women weren't all that pretty back then. We got better looking women today than they did. In the centuries that followed, the practice of telling fortunes by both the major and minor arcana became widespread during the frighteningly uncertain times of the French Revolution and early Napoleonic wars. People flocked to have their destiny foretold for them by a Mademoiselle Lenormand maid. I don't know how to pronounce it. Lenormand. Fuck it. Who showed a great gift of cartomancy. She read the cards for the Princess Dee Belle, I guess. Robespierre, Danton, Barras, Talleyrand, and many other famous people, and was frequently in attendance of the Empress Josephine for that purpose, and twice imprisoned by Napoleon for predicting events that would interfere with his plans. It is said that during a session with the great cavalry leader Marshal Marat, king of Naples, he cut the unlucky king of diamonds 4 times in succession, but refused to accept Lenormand's interpretation of this evil card, whereupon she flung the pack at him and insisted that he would be either hanged or shot while in prison. In 1815, he was executed by a firing squad. The minor arcana, or arcana, whatever you want to call it, if it's for arcana, the red cards, particularly hearts, are lucky, and the black, particularly the spades, unlucky. But as with astrology and palmistry, the effect of each has to be considered in relation to the others, and much experience is required to interpret a layout correctly. The tarot cards, which are all pictorial and symbolize every phase, both ordinary and spiritual life, runs as follows. 1. the jugular, representing the will of God, the creation and the quickening of life. 2, the high priestess, La Pacessa, in the Italian pack illustrated on page 48 and 49, representing duality and virginity. 3, the Empress, representing beauty and pregnancy. 4, the Emperor, representing material things and worldly authority. 5, the Pope, representing sacred things and spiritual power. 6, the Lovers, representing innocence, love, and union of the opposites. 7, the Chariot, representing exaltation and the passage of the spirit towards the beauty. 8, Justice, representing the achievement of equilibrium. 9, the Hermit, representing puberty and hidden light. 10, the Wheel of Fortune, representing karma and a build-up towards one's destiny. 11, Strength, La Forza, representing the discipline to lead to ecstasy. 12, the Hangman, representing the release of the water of life. 11, Death, representing the resurrection. 14, the Temperance, representing the change and transformation. 15, the Devil, representing the dominance of pride and ambition and lust. 16, the Tower struck by lightning, represents bitterness, collapse, violence, and destruction, and imprisonment, or death. 17, the Star, representing intuition, hope, and bliss. 18, the Moon, representing the breaking of the hymen and also the darkness of the womb. 19, the Sun, representing the light of true intelligence. 20, the Day of Judgment, representing the aspiration from base to higher things. 21, the World, and I think is Modo. I'm not sure if that's an IL or not. Representing joy, release from earthly existence. The last card, the Fool, Mato, corresponds to 0, which contains all qualities, yet has none. It represents divine madness. I have given only a dominant attributes of the cards. The significance of each may be modified by the fall of other cards near it. Many years ago, I bought a tarot pack. My present wife, to whom I was then engaged, had a gift for telling fortunes from ordinary cards, and asked her to tell mine by the tarot. Owing to their extremely involved meaning, she could read little from the layout, but twice when I cut the pack and turned up the tower struck by lightning, at worst, this card means violent death, at best when it is upside down, as was the case with both of my cuts, it means heavy financial loss and possible imprisonment. I should have been greatly worried, but having no reason to anticipate such misfortune, laughed the matter off. However, a year later, I had ample cause to recall this sinister indication of misfortune, for then not only was I reduced to the verge of bankruptcy by a slump in 2029, but I was accused of fraud and facing with the threat of criminal proceedings. I might well have been sent to Gaol, if an accountant had not almost at the last minute unearthed a document that exonerated me completely. It is by no means useful. It is not by no means unusual for the powers that be to decree that we must suffer ill fortune in order that our way of life be ultimately changed for the better. During the agonizing months that I could not go to my own office and was debarred from taking a job with any other firm, I resolved to do my utmost to divert my mind from worry. So I wrote an adventure story, Forbidden Territory, and a pirate life of King Charles II. No, excuse me, a private life. I don't know where I got pirate. A private life of King Charles II. Both were published in 1933. They are both still widely bought and read. Good for you, buddy. Awesome. That's awesome. We all like success stories.
If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
If I can